Wanted to watch a basketball game last night.
Well, Celtics said, not tonight.
When did you bail?
Actually, I didn't bet. Dallas cut it to 8.
No, I know. I bailed fourth quarter. Like, after they made it to 7, then they went on that run. I watched the start of the fourth to see if there'd be another run. I'm like, there's not going to be another run.
No, I bailed at the end of the fourth when they were up 20.
End of the third, you mean?
I'm sorry, end of the third, yeah.
And I wasn't far behind you. I may have made it till about the first TV timeout in the fourth. What song from the 60s? Oh, Hey, Hey, Paula? Yeah, I do. It was in Animal House. National Donut Day? Look at that. Could be a supplementary poll question.
So we're going to have 2 today?
Well, we might.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. First Friday in June. Hope your week has gone well. Let's end it in style, shall we? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. So much to kick around on this Friday. But first, how you holding up there? First week, double duty?
Well, I was doing great, literally until this morning, because the way this is set up, there's certain things I'm supposed to see. And I don't know if you noticed, but the national show started on our local affiliate, so nothing's right now.
Huh.
So, David, fill for a couple seconds, because I've got to text people and get this fixed.
All right, great. That's fantastic. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark sends out the first post, I guess it now is, of the day as to here's our lineup. won't you please listen? And I always add an editorial comment along with it, my 2 cents and what have you. And I proclaimed that so much to talk about: NBA finals, NHL finals, the Belmont, which is not at Belmont, and arguably the biggest upset in the United States since the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. Yes. All right. You want a little something to feel good about, America? All right. We took down Pakistan in cricket.
I saw that.
Yeah.
The biggest upset
Ever.
in the sport.
Ever. Apparently they will make movies about this somewhere. Don't know if they'll do it in the U.S. All right. But yes, we took down Pakistan in cricket. All right. Our best player is an engineer at Oracle. Right. I mean, this apparently it trumps 1980 in Lake Placid. Apparently by a wide margin. Because, apparently, besides, listen, 99% of us don't know anything about international cricket, right? If you've heard anything over the years, it's that India and Pakistan are really good. This just in, they border each other, they hate each other, and the cricket matches are very intense. Apparently they trump Ohio State, Michigan, and Alabama, Auburn. But I digress. So back to the cricket. Somehow, some way, we're hosting like the biggest tournament in cricket. I don't know how we pulled that off. All right, or a big one. I don't know if it's the biggest, but it's a really biggie. It's got the words World Cup in it. So that gives off a feeling of big. Yeah, we beat Pakistan. Huh? 32-year-old engineer from Oracle. Apparently our best player. Yeah, the Pakistanis loaded with professionals playing in the leagues and everything. So there you go. Yeah, we've still got it. Anyway, boy, Celtics had it last night. Yes, they did. Luka played okay.
He did.
Nobody else did.
No, you're right. But in the new NBA, when one team is making their threes, and I mean really making their threes,
especially early,
and one team isn't, you get ugly basketball. And last night, Boston was brilliant from behind the line. Porzingis was great in the first half, and Dallas had squadoosh.
Celtics would double the number of threes than the Mavs, and as you would expect, Boston led early and often, and Dallas cut it to 8 late third. And then Tatum and Brown said, we'll take it from here. And that was pretty much it. I mean, you could have turned that game off at about 10. I mean, you could have turned that game off at 9:30, but you could have turned that game off at about 10:20.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they cut it to 8. Dallas did in the third quarter, got it down to 8. Boston went on another big run. I think a 14-0 run after that. The game was over.
Yeah, no doubt. So, and now, the NBA will keep with the momentum, from game one, and they won't play again till, a week from Tuesday or Sunday, I guess it is. Yeah. So we got nothing tonight. Just so you know, we got one off day. Then we're going to start getting some, regular sports again. We go a little hockey, a little hoop, little hockey. Okay, day off. All right, hoop, hockey, hoop, hockey. Hoop. So, I mean, we're
what's that again?
Hoop. That's what happens when
it's double O.
That's what happens.
Double O.
That's like 4 O's, I think. That's what happens when a series gets going, Mark. It gets a little momentum, and you know what they start doing? They start hooping. Little hockey and some hoop. So there you go. One in the books. And we'll see. Dallas will make adjustments. Dallas lost game 1 against the Clips. Dallas lost game 1 against the Thunder. They're 1-3 in game 1s. They've done okay this spring. Give them a chance. Game 2 figures to be kind of important. But boy, I'll tell you, that Porzingis guy, he'd been practicing.
Well, that layoff really affected him.
Boy, did it ever.
He needs a layoff like that all the time.
I was going to say, play him once every 5 weeks if he's going to play like that. Boy, that guy coming off the bench seems like a real weapon.
Both ends of the court, had some great defensive plays, was making threes from everywhere, had a couple of nice dunks.
Did you see the block? Dallas late first half has a 2-on-1, and the guy gets the ball about 25 feet from the basket, and he thinks he can get to the rim before Porzingis, and he just decides, I'm going to dunk this sucker. And if you come over and challenge it, I'm going to dunk it right in your face.
Brown had already done that for the game.
Right. And Porzingis meets him about a foot from the rim and just rejects that dunk. Man, oh man. Porzingis set him up too. Okay, he slowed down to kind of give the guy the feeling like you're going to get to the rim before I am. And then, when you're 7'3", Mark, your strides are bigger than the other guys. He made up that room. He got up there. Get that weak out of here. Once again, the Celtics, Mark, were hooping.
They were.
They were
6 players in double figures.
Yep.
Everything was going for Boston. And fortunately, the under hitter. I would have had a really bad night.
Yeah, because you like the Mavs and the points.
I did. But I liked the under as well.
For whatever it's worth, Mark, it's kind of like in baseball sometimes when you're not scoring runs, you look lethargic. The Celtics were hitting shots early. Hell, at one point, it seemed like everything they threw up went in. And the Mavs weren't. And so it just looked like one team was playing a lot harder than the other. That one team had more energy. And maybe they were, because the shots maybe were feeding them, and while the other guys were missing shots, and but it just, to me, that's like in baseball. When you're not scoring runs, you look awful.
Sounds like an exercise in body language, David, that you're looking at.
Oh, there's no doubt. Bill O'Reilly just had a thesis last night on the first half of the Celtics and the Mavs.
Because I didn't think the Mavs were getting bad shots in the first half. They just weren't making the shots. And Boston didn't miss. They went through that stretch in the second quarter where everything.
Oh, my goodness. They had a 3-3 sequence in a row, boom, 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 in which each three was more ridiculous than the one before.
But it started before that. The first quarter, late second, they weren't hitting all their shots. They were getting offensive rebounds on the threes. Mm-hmm. They were getting a lot of second chances, and you can't do that against a team that continues to shoot threes. You want to give them 2-3 shots down the court. Well, you're not going to win.
I don't know if Boston is so much bigger than Dallas, but boy, they looked bigger than them last night. It seemed as if every Boston defender was bigger than who it was they were guarding. And the other thing that the Celtics clearly did, Mark, was they said to certain Mavs, yeah, you're going to shoot. We have no problem if you shoot. But we have a lot of problem if these guys shoot. But no, they can pass it to you all damn day. Shoot it. Shoot it. What are you waiting for? Yeah. At one point, I think it was late third, maybe even early fourth quarter, the Mavs bench had 4 points. 4 points. Heading into the fourth quarter, the Mavs bench had 4 points. Hell, Porzingis had 18 off the bench in the first half. So, all right, it's one game. Got a few days to regroup.
I told you I wanted 4 good games.
Yeah, and you didn't get one last night.
Didn't get one last night.
No. Figure you get one on Sunday.
Let's hope so.
So our poll question yesterday was, who'd you like in the NBA Finals? Dallas or Boston? Did Dallas end up winning?
I think that they did. Let me double.
Because when we signed off, Dallas was in the lead, and we're like, man, you guys hate the Boston teams. Man, have you not been paying attention all year?
54% of the vote was for Dallas.
So today we'll ask you, who you picking to win the Stanley Cup, Florida or Edmonton?
It's going to be 82% Florida.
Well, I mean, 4 of our 5 affiliates are in Florida, so probably. Florida's only a slight betting favorite.
Not near the favorite that the Celtics are.
Not even close. Meanwhile, I think Miller and Moulton have combined our resources, and we have a small country bet on the Panthers in the finals.
And Greg Wyshynski, who joined us yesterday, picked Edmonton.
In 6. Right. Which made us feel great because he knows more about hockey than we do.
Combined.
Right. Basically, Greg said we should stick to hooping. No, he didn't. So that's our poll question. But we may have another poll question, just so you know, coming up on the other side, because today's a big day, and we mean big. Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed
I think Chris Beasley fixed that all from home.
Huh.
He didn't respond to my text, but it's now where it's supposed to be.
Okay. Do you think it had something to do with playing the finals last night on radio, maybe, and something got switched?
No idea. Don't know if we're on the app right now or not.
According to the Twitch chat room, we are, or at least I thought somebody said
We're on the radio. I don't know about the app. On the app, Johnny? Love that we use the Twitch chat room as our executive
as our chief engineer, associate producer. No, the app's good. Thank you, KG.
And one saying that you're not on the app. I mean, literally 2 apart. And I don't know where that button is for the app, so.
Should we reach out and ask? Okay, we know we're on Twitch. Okay,
and thank you for letting us know that we're on Twitch.
Thank you. Well, I have no idea what the deal is with 104.3. I don't know if that's been working all week, but that ain't us. That's a local affiliate's problem.
Spent 40 grand yesterday. Wife got a new car.
Really?
The caddy was had some issues. It was time.
For the record, guys, we're trying to figure out, are we on the app, the Southwest Florida app? We can't do anything about the...
We won't know until we're back on the air, guys, because it's a commercial break.
That's true. Unless they're doing national programming right now and you're listening to it. So another caddy, or did you downsize?
We got a Subaru Outback.
Okay.
It's a very safe car from what I'm told, Subarus.
I've seen the ads.
They're very safe.
That's what I understand.
Wife drives a lot. Wanted a safe car.
Gotcha. Have you ever had a Subaru before?
You'd never had a Subaru.
No. But I mean, you've never had one either, right? Is that it, by the way? Is that officially your childhood is over, your youth is over when you transition to a certain car?
Well, and it's the Outback, so like I told my wife, it's basically a station wagon. You're driving a mom's station wagon. That's really what you got.
Well, you know, she's approaching the big one.
Mm-hmm.
When's her birthday?
The 26th. And that really sums it up, too, because she wants a chair to read in for the bedroom. Like, literally, I'm buying for her big gift is she's getting a chair, like a chaise lounge chair, so she can sit in the bedroom and read.
You should just carve out a big L, you know, Roman numerals.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we've got a poll question for today. Who wins the Stanley Cup? That's easy enough. Yesterday we asked you who's winning the NBA Finals. 54% of you said Dallas. Oh, you guys are overly ambitious. They're a 2-1 dog. But okay, sure, fine. Well, Florida or Edmonton, baby. Panthers have never won it. Oilers haven't won it since 1990. Panthers weren't even around then. So that's our poll question. But, Mark, did you notice what today is?
I did, as a matter of fact. I checked my National Today calendar, and it's always many things, and we could list them, but I would not want to bore the audience. But it is one special day, as far as I'm concerned. It's National donut day, David.
Wow. That's a biggie. So can you come up with a poll question where you only limit it to like 4 donuts?
Well, there's a couple ways you could do this. You could go with 4 donuts, a glazed, a jelly, a cream filled, and
Glazed, jelly, cream filled.
your Boston cream, your
No. I'm just going through it.
glazed, and then maybe a chocolate covered donut to finish that off. Or you could go with brands. You could go with the 2 biggies, Krispy Kreme or Dunkin'.
Ooh, them's fighting words,
I know.
Now, the only thing I would ask if we go that route is I want people to vote according to donut. Some people go to Dunkin' for the coffee.
Well, and that's the problem, because Dunkin's not really a donut place anymore. It's a coffee breakfast shop.
Right.
Like they move past the donuts. They don't even put them in their name anymore. It's now just Dunkin'.
So if we ask the question and just go with the 2 brands, we need to emphasize in the question we are voting on donuts. Donuts. And my vote would be Krispy Kreme if we're voting on donuts, for what that's worth. But chocolate glazed for me. I think that's what they call the donut. It's the chocolate donut with the white glaze. Isn't that a chocolate glaze? I mean, the chocolate donut and the white glaze.
Okay.
That's is that a chocolate glaze? Or because that's my favorite donut. Now you need to get them in the first hour, though. Okay, I got to admit that's a donut that doesn't age as well as other donuts. But you give me the chocolate donut, okay, and then the white frosting on it. Oh my goodness. I may run out during the break.
There's a place in Bonita Springs, not too far from where I work, and they do their own donuts right by the old dog track.
Is it called Trackside?
Yes. And it was, and because we're on everywhere, but it was,
Right.
If you watch Seinfeld and you watch the Soup Nazi episode, that donut shop was much like that. And you would go in there, and if you made, I one time made the mistake of saying, oh, this is so much better than Dunkin'. And all the owner heard was Dunkin'. He started yelling at me. I make these donuts fresh every morning. I know, sir. I was sticking up for you. You did not hear me correctly. And they had arguably the slowest service in the world, and they would be 30 deep in line. And they had one sweetheart of a gal that worked there. She was heavy. And it's been a while since I've been there, but she moved at her own. She's sweet as can be. But speed was not part of her repertoire. And as frustrated as you could get, the slower she would go.
Plus, then she'd probably start talking to everybody, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, she's nice to you, so you're trying to be nice back. But deep down, you're like, I just want my donuts. I got to go. So, listen, I always leave the poll question. For the most part, I leave them up to you. You're better at making these calls than I do, whether we go brand or whether we're going type of donut.
I don't know what I'd put as, because I know what you're saying, that the chocolate glaze is kind of hard to describe, because there's a couple different chocolate glaze type donuts that I'm thinking of, but I think your glazed, your Boston cream, and your jelly filled are your 3 biggies. That's what I would go with.
Okay. We could go with that.
If there's something that comes in on the Twitch chat room or the text line at 21,000, I'll add a 4th donut. We'll get a second poll question up during the break.
I would like us to go donut as opposed to brand, because I think the one brand, they have so many more locations, and I think that they'll just win. But I also think they'll win because of their coffee. And that's not what we want to, find out today.
David, what's the one city that's associated with that company?
Boston.
Right. More people picked the Dallas Mavericks to win in a poll question than they did pick Boston yesterday. I'm telling you right now, Krispy Kreme would win in a landslide.
I don't think
A
so.
landslide.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, then we're putting 2 donut questions up.
We're going to have 3 poll questions
You're
today?
damn right we are.
Oh, my goodness. And, of course, the 2 donut questions are going to get far more votes than who it is going to win the Stanley Cup final.
Got that right.
Oh, boy. So look for that coming up here in the next few minutes at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at Miller_Moulton on X, millerandmoulton.com. I just can't get over we beat Pakistan in cricket, and I know nothing about cricket except that I don't even know what – it's not the pitch, is it? I don't even know what they call it.
I've got nothing.
Do you know I spent 8 hours yesterday?
I know there's a pitch called the googly.
Oh, but that's actually a what
pitch.
you throw pitch, not what you play on.
That was because it was in a movie that I had to watch in college. And that's the only reason. It's the only thing I remember from the damn movie.
Googly?
A googly.
Is that like a knuckleball?
Yes. That's what I'm going with.
Okay. So I'm just
Don't know if it still is. Don't know if it was just for that movie. All I know that's my cricket knowledge.
I spent 8 hours trying to get a cricket guest on the show for today.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Just it's one of the best. Come on now. This is one of the 10 best tweets, and I know it's not a tweet anymore. Just come on now. Cut me some slack. Okay. This is one of the best. Okay. From Micah Adams. All right. USA beating Pakistan in cricket is literally the Plumbers beating Wilt Chamberlain. Our best player is not a professional cricketer, but a software engineer at Oracle. It's the biggest upset since 1776, and honestly, George Washington had better odds. FanDuel will confirm. I mean, now that's a solid post right there.
That really is.
So, and E.B. Hill wants us to throw out cricket terms. I'm sorry. I so wanted to get the cricket guest this morning and say, sir or madam, whoever it was, we are not going to pretend as if we know anything about cricket. Okay. So could you just tell us what happened and where this ranks? And we were going to sit back. I mean, come on. What were you and I going to have for this cricket guest?
Nothing.
I don't know how they score cricket. Apparently we won in like overtime. But they don't call it overtime. I don't know. But honestly, apparently, like if this was a deal in this country, apparently this puts Lake Placid to shame. It's so big.
Those are fake words on this show.
I know. Once again, June 6th. We were good on June 6th.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much.
Nice to see Bob Nightingale, acclaimed baseball writer, picking up on what we've been talking about all week. He sent out a post that said, "Do you know everybody that just got banned in baseball was losing money betting baseball? Don't they know to bet the one sure thing in baseball, the Yankees to beat the Twins?"
Thank you. I put chocolate cake. Are you okay, Twitch chat room, with chocolate cake donut as our fourth choice? Come on now. What do you got here? Do we have a fourth donut? That's all I'm really asking, Twitch chat. And you're not even typing. Hurting my feelings.
I did enjoy the stat that the Celtics made more threes in the first quarter than the Chicago Bulls did during the entire 1991 finals. Because the Celtics had 7 threes and the Bulls apparently made 5 threes in the whole 5-game series against the Lakers. Not that basketball's changed or anything.
I went chocolate frosted. Glazed Boston cream, jelly filled chocolate frosted. Those are your choices. Done. We're done with it.
Man, got a lot going on right there. We're not on the air to start. You got to get us on the air. 3 poll questions.
3 poll questions. We're on the air.
Right.
Texting with Chris Beasley this morning, which,
he made the mistake of saying he's up.
He's the program director.
Yeah, right. Comes with the big bucks.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Kurt Becker joins us 1 hour from now to preview the Belmont. Yes, that's right. The third leg of horse racing's Triple Crown. And get this, it's not even being run at Belmont Park. I'm wondering, do they have to change the name for a couple of years?
Call it the Saratoga?
To talk to Kurt Becker about that. Is it still the Belmont if it's not run at Belmont? Talk to Kurt about that and the race coming up 1 hour from now. John Forslund, as we continue to preview the Stanley Cup Finals, he will join us coming up at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. NBA Finals got underway last night. That's how we'll kick off.
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
How about that producing from one Mark Miller? 3 poll questions. We were off the air. He got us on the air. And the first time he's got to, hit it timing-wise. Money. The Celtics were money last night, particularly early. 7 threes in the first quarter. Jumped out to a 17-point lead after 1. They had a 29-point lead late first half, led by 21 at the break. Mavs did cut it to 8 with like 3.5 minutes to go third quarter. Celtics said, all right, let's put this sucker away. They went on like a 12, 14-0 run all game. Luka had 30. He was fine. He wasn't amazing, but he was fine. Kyrie only had 12.
And shot terribly from beyond the arc.
Yes. And got rejected twice at the rim by Jaylen Brown. And, yeah, tough night for Kyrie. Tough night for the Mavs bench, which was basically MIA until some garbage time points in the fourth quarter. Jaylen Brown with 22. Porzingis with 20. 18 in the first half. 6 Celtics in double figures. 16 threes for Boston, just 7 for the Mavs. Tough to get outscored by 27 beyond the arc and even be competitive. For the most part, Dallas wasn't. 107-89 was your final. So that's a win and an under in game 1 for the Celtics. Game 2 Sunday night in Boston. One other basketball note, it actually was the dominant story in the NBA yesterday. I'll bet Adam Silver was not happy. Don't know where this story came from, if it came from the Lakers or if it came from Dan Hurley's camp. But it emerged at about this time yesterday. Dan Hurley, the UConn coach, and the Lakers are seriously talking to one another about Hurley leaving college and going to the NBA. Hurley and his wife flew to LA late yesterday. They're meeting with the Lakers today. UConn has apparently made their best offer, which would make Hurley, I think, one of the 3 highest paid college coaches in the country. Getting near Bill Self country. So basically, Hurley just has to decide, you want to coach college or pro?
And Hurley's getting that money like Bill Self without getting his program nearly put on probation.
Yeah. By the way, will there ever be a program in any sport that is ever put on any kind of probation? Will there ever be NCAA sanctions ever again?
I'm sure that there will be, David, but I don't see how.
Well, for what? How do you cheat?
Academic violations? I don't know. We're talking about the NCAA. They'll figure out a way to punish somebody for something.
But they're event planners.
What can North Carolina do that could get the Miami Hurricanes in trouble?
I was going to say, what can the University of North Carolina do, that'll make Longwood and North Carolina Central be on 3 years probation? John Fanta of Fox reporting to expect a decision by the end of the weekend. That this isn't going to take long, one way or another. I got to admit, if I'm Hurley, I don't do this. Are the Lakers like the Cowboys, in which they're an amazing brand? But can we actually discuss the job? I know people want to play for the Lakers. I get it. I do. And I'm not talking about the next year or two when LeBron's probably still going to be there. But if you're Hurley, you're 51, 52 years old. This is an 8 to 10 year thing you're thinking about here. Forget his whole world's in the Northeast. His wife's family's from Jersey. He's from Jersey. Both parents are alive. They live near them. Okay. He's only coached in the Northeast. I mean, literally, he is blowing up his life for the Lakers job. But Mark, next 10 years, Look at just the rest of this decade, Mark. Lakers or Timberwolves. Lakers or Nuggets. Lakers or OKC. Never mind what the billionaire may or may not do in Phoenix. For that matter, Lakers or Mavs. Luka ain't going anywhere for the rest of this decade. All right? Who else am I? How about Wemby in San Antonio? How about what Houston's got cooking? Okay, I'm serious. I don't know how good of a job this is going to be for the next few years. What do they have? Their best player turns 40.
They never draft in an area where they get a landmark player. I know they can get free agents, David, and that's
yes.
That's what they would sell him on.
And that is
come to us.
It's the number one city for basketball in the country. The players want to play in LA. They love it. They do. I get that. But I don't know. I just don't know going forward if the Lakers' job is what the Lakers' job has been. That's all. If I was Hurley, I would say no. And I basically have sent out word to the Celtics, to the Sixers, to the Knicks, and the Nets. I'm available. Hire me accordingly. When you call, I'll be ready to say yes. We've joked about it, but cricket. Some are joking it's the biggest upset in the U.S. since the American Revolution. The U.S. beat Pakistan in the T20 World Cup yesterday. Our best player is an engineer at Oracle. He's 32 years old. Pakistan loaded with nothing but pros. I have no idea what the score is even. I can't tell you. We won supposedly in overtime. It's not called overtime. I don't know. I can't explain it. I know it to see it. It's like, oh, that's cricket. That's literally all I know. Baseball. What's the surest thing in baseball, Mark?
The Yankees beating the Twins.
Well, they swept the 4-game series and went 7-0 against Minnesota this year. 8-5 the final. Yankees have won 8 straight. Orioles lose to Toronto 6-5. Kansas City beat Cleveland 4-3. They're 4 back. The White Sox have lost 14 in a row. Their broadcaster, Steve Stone, has guaranteed a win for tonight. He did it on the air. He's guaranteed it. Boston 14-2 over the White Sox. Seattle held the A's to 2 hits in front of 6,571. That's a big crowd in Oakland these days.
Boy, they're drawn.
3-0 Seattle. By the way, did you catch the little blurb? The A's have already said to Las Vegas, hey, we'd like to be able to play 8 games a year elsewhere. We don't even know if they're going to Vegas yet. They're already planning on playing some games elsewhere. They said to promote their brand. What brand? Atlanta beat Washington 5-2. Ozuna with his 18th homer. Since he doubled up the Cubs 8-4, I'm telling you, our Reds are finding themselves more
hot, David. They are, dare I say, red hot.
De La Cruz with a 3-run shot. Dodgers 11-7 over the Pirates. Rockies 3-2 over the Cards to snap a 5-game losing streak. And Arizona 4-3 over San Diego. Diamondbacks have won 5 of 6. Padres have lost 5 in a row. They're 32-34, and yet they'd make the playoffs in the National League where there are 4, count them, 4 teams above 500 in the whole league. 4. Unbelievable. French Open, top seed Swiatek, who owns Goff. Goff made like 143 errors yesterday. Swiatek made like 6. 6-2, 6-4. She advances to the final. She's trying to win 3 in a row. Men's semis today. Alcaraz against Skinner. That's seeds 3 and 2 against Zverev and Rude. Rude, remember, got the walkover because of the Djokovic injury. That's seeds 4 and 7. Oklahoma with a 4-peat mark in college softball. They doubled up Texas 8-4 to sweep the best of 3. Golf at the Memorial. Canadian Adam Hadwin. A 666, 1-shot lead over Scheffler. Schauffele, Morikawa, Aberg. Or is it Oberg? Oberg. I'm sorry. Schauffele, Morikawa, Oberg are all 2 shots back. LIV event in Houston gets underway today. LPGA event in Atlantic City gets underway today. Speaking of golf, today in New York City, PGA Tour and PIF are meeting. Tiger's going to be there. Let's hope he has a little less to drink than he did at that poker tournament over the weekend in Vegas. Did you see that video?
Yeah, he looked like he was having fun.
He was cooked, is what he was. Woo! Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, ABC. But here's the big news in hockey, Mark. The Utah team, they've narrowed down their name choice to 6.
Well, that's good because they were at 600 before that.
They were officially at 20. Okay. Now they're down to 6. All right. So here are your choices. Blizzard Hockey Club, Utah HC. Mammoth, Outlaws, Venom with an O, Venom, Venom, and Yeti. I think Yeti's going to win. Finally, in the NFL, Tampa Bay Bucks and wide receiver Sterling Shepard signed a 1-year deal for the veteran minimum. Shepard was contemplating retirement. His college buddy Baker Mayfield called him and said, "Hey, Shep, you think you got one more in you?" And he goes, "Well, I got to admit, I've been feeling really good in the workouts. I just got nobody interested." He said, "They were kicking your name around the office the other day. I told them to give you a call. Get ready." So they called him. They flew him in. He worked out. Signed a 1-year deal for the veteran minimum. Baker Mayfield and his old college buddy at Oklahoma. So there you go. 10 minutes before the hour. That was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Mark. One other thing. Baseball is going overseas this weekend. Third time they've done this. They go to Europe, London specifically. They went Yankees, Red Sox last decade. They went Cubs, Cardinals, I think shortly after the pandemic. Now they're going Mets, Phillies in London Saturday, Sunday. Going to have big crowds between 50 and 60,000. It's a reconfigured, ballpark. It's, these games have been high scoring because certain places it's an eternity to hit it out, and certain places it's a, medium fly ball. But so anyway, Mets, Phillies in London. Not doing anything for anybody? Anybody go watch?
If I remember it's on early enough, yeah, sure. I mean, I may put it on, but it doesn't.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's not, but it's not for me. They're trying to get people over there, Americans over there, to go watch some baseball the same way they did with football.
Right. But, all leagues do this. NHL, NBA start their seasons elsewhere. NFL, second game of the year is in Brazil. Speaking of which, did you hear the report? One of the players, I forget which one for the Eagles, came out and said, yeah, they're encouraging us not to wear green when we're in Brazil. Now, think about it. It's the Packers and the Eagles. And to stay indoors. Apparently, green is the color in which they think you're in a gang and they'll shoot you.
Well.
Right. Gotta admit, I'm really glad we don't have the game now. Was kind of looking forward to it.
Fans that are making the trip wearing their team colors.
Exactly. Right. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. This could prove problematic. Just saying, what could go wrong? Never mind the fact the game's on Becker. So that's what I got.
Don't wear green.
Don't wear green. And the Eagles are in the game.
Against the Packers.
Right. Who's going to be wearing green? And like you said, what fans are going to be wearing green?
Well, at least these are two teams without a real big fan base.
Right. It's not like people are going to travel to this or anything.
No.
I mean, Eagles and Packers. Whew. Yeah. Oh, and you can't wear green. Wait, I'm sorry. Why? Oh, you may get shot. Really? Really? A lot of jokes that can come about after that line, but we'll just say thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15? I like Outlaws for what it's worth of the Utah team names.
Okay. So you would go with the Outlaws.
I like the Utah Outlaws. Now, I don't think of Outlaws and Utah together that well.
Well, yeah, I'm wondering now, are they the Eagles going to wear their black jerseys? I mean, what are they going to wear? White? Do you wear the white ones with just only the touch of green? I mean, seriously. I'd like to think during the game it doesn't matter what color you're wearing.
No, just to walk back to the hotel.
Yeah, well.
That's the best blessing you got not doing that game.
Wow. Never mind. Would have been an 11, 12-hour flight. Golly. I don't know how many of them we're going to get.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. It is the first Friday of June. NBA Finals got underway last night. Celtics winning easily. I mean, Mavs cut it to 8 late third. Celtics responded with a 14-0 run ball game. So game 1 to Boston, game 2 Sunday. Game 1 Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow night. Panthers with home ice. This is the first time they've ever had home ice in the finals. The other 2 times they were in the finals, they were the quote-unquote inferior team by regular season record. We'll see if Florida can get off to a good start. They got swept in their first finals. They lost the first 2 games in a 5-game loss last year to Vegas. So see if the Panthers can get off to a good start in one of these suckers.
Absolutely, and we'll see if there's any rust either way. I love, I don't think that there will be, but I think Florida's game is less likely to have rust. When you're the team that hits, layoffs don't bother you as much. You get right back into the game quickly when you're physical.
I've always thought that the underdog has a better shot to win games early in the series than later. But who knows if that's a stupid theory of mine or what have you. I think if Edmonton's going to get, I don't think this series goes more than 6. I really don't think it goes more than 5. And I think Edmonton's best shot to make it a series is right away. I mean, right away. Maybe game 1 even. I expect Florida, Mark, to get better with every game in this series. They'll get used to Edmonton's speed. They'll get used to McDavid and Draisaitl with every game. Florida has much more depth, so they have many more adjustments they can make. I really expect Florida to get better with every game. I think Edmonton's best shot is tomorrow night.
I think the whistle has everything to do with the length of this series. How are they going to call it? How many power plays are the Oilers going to get? Because this is an all-time great power play. And even though Florida's penalty killing's been sensational throughout the postseason, I'll be curious what they do with Edmonton's power play. Because as we pointed out in the last game, Edmonton was 2 for 2 on the power play. It doesn't take a lot of chances for this team to reap the benefits of the man advantage. So I do think special teams, where Florida's been tremendous in this postseason, they will have to do it again in order to defeat Edmonton.
And usually a series goes on, less and less penalties are called. You usually get more penalties called early in a series than you do later. It's another reason why I think Edmonton's best shot in this series is early in the series. Like, I think they'll be on the power play 4 times in game 1. At least, maybe 5. But I really think they'll be on the power play 4 times in game 1. And then I think it will slowly go down. You know, as the series went on with the Rangers, all right, there was one game where the Rangers were on the power play once, okay, which I believe was game 6. You know, the game before that, they were on it twice. You know, as the series went on, Florida got called for less and less penalties. It's like we talk about with the Patriots under Belichick. They were so physical defensively in the secondary, maybe there'd be a few flags early, but by mid-second quarter, the Patriots had set the tone for how physical the game was going to be in the secondary, and the officials adjusted to the Patriots, not vice versa.
Well, that's the other side of this that I think could be an advantage for Florida, is that when you're the aggressive team, David, and you know this, I think we all know this, but when you're the aggressive team and the more physical team, particularly in hockey, what happens? You get the retaliatory type of penalty. You get the team that gets frustrated. And can Florida frustrate Edmonton with their physicality in this series? Because Edmonton didn't deal with that at all in the Dallas series. Dallas did not hit nearly the way that Florida is going to hit them come tomorrow night.
Remember, Edmonton got outshot 35-10 in game 6 and won it.
You know, but typically that was not how Edmonton had been playing.
No.
Edmonton almost played as if they couldn't allow their goaltender to face shots in most games.
Right.
That was the exception, not the rule, to how that series was played, because Edmonton typically dominated the shots on goal.
So game 1 Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow night, 8:00 ABC. From now on, the hockey and the hoop are on ABC. And after nothing tonight, we got 3 games in a row and 4 out of 5 and, 6 out of 8. We're actually going to get some nightly sports here coming up beginning tomorrow. So you said something to me during the break, and I don't want to say it was a shocker, but so the last thing we talked about in the starting 5 was the Utah hockey team's name.
Right.
They're down to 6. Blizzard, Hockey Club, Mammoth, Venom. You went with Outlaws.
I like the Outlaws.
Okay. Did you like the group or no? Wasn't the Outlaws a band? No?
Boy, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And here, I do have a question for you, though. And you've actually been through this working for 3 different hockey organizations. Don't you have to take the mascot into consideration? Like, what's your mascot going to be? Like a bank robber?
For the Outlaws?
Yeah.
A cowboy with a mask.
That's what you're going to go with.
On skates.
That's what you're going to go with. A mask. Okay, you're going to, like Gene Simmons and Kiss. Okay, really? That's what you're going to go with. That's what you want your mascot to be.
We're not painting his face and giving him a 14-inch tongue.
No. Remember when Gene, well, that was one look. But remember, they didn't want to be seen in public and they wore the masks over their nose. All you could see were their eyes. It was so stupid. And we fell for it because, well, it was the 70s. We were doing a lot of drugs. But I'm just wondering, because what does a mascot do? Mascot deals with kids. And I'm just wondering if you're the Outlaws, but then again, I wanted to go with Yeti. Okay, which basically translated is the abominable snowman.
Well,
also,
you could make a friendly character. We've all seen Monsters, Inc. There was a Yeti in that. He was very friendly.
That's true.
Made the ice balls. They look delicious.
I got one eye. I got it. But I'm just, I mean, also, there's no such thing as a Yeti in the U.S. These things are only Himalayas in Asia. I mean, it would be unusual for the Utah hockey team to go with Yeti. But I'm just thinking in terms of mascot. Do you have to take the mascot into consideration when you're naming the team? Like, will an outlaw be too scary for the kids?
Well, I'm thinking a little bit like more like the cowboy that's the Oklahoma State mascot.
Okay.
He's not scary at all.
No, well, I mean,
Neither are they.
They can't stop the run, but or the pass. But we digress. So that's all. That's all I'm wondering. So your vote's Outlaws. I'm voting Yeti. I like any team that has the guts to have a mascot and a name that doesn't end in S, because there's so few of them.
And the Blizzard's interesting because you just go right to Dunkin', or you go right to a Dairy Queen.
Listen, if you're Dairy Queen, do you even have to give the hockey club any money if they go with Blizzard?
No.
Or do you just say, they advertise for us all the time?
But Yeti was the one that most people liked off the get.
Right. Which I guess
that's going to be the winner.
Which is the abominable snowman, I guess, in Western culture. That's so. And you're saying like Monsters Inc., that mascot could be friendly.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Mello in our Twitch chat room says, Mark, the Outlaws mascot would be like the Hamburglar.
There you go. Maybe the most underrated of all McDonald Land characters. Grimace got all the love. Hamburglar, he's doing his thing.
Boy, you're threatening to take us down a very dangerous road here, especially since it's Friday. We're all a little tired. It's very easy to go down a road on a Friday. Very
right.
easy.
Well, and then if you go to the head of the class, Ronald McDonald or the Burger King, which one's creepier? And it's Burger King.
It is the Burger King. Although the shoes always freak me out with Ronald McDonald.
I got you.
Little obnoxious, the shoes. And I've got fat feet, and I found his shoes to be, obnoxious. So anyway,
talk on the Utah Hockey Club's potential names,
Yeah.
which hockey club is still in the running.
Correct. Right. This whole FCHC thing. Once again, the soccerization of America. All right. Threatening
that bothers you, doesn't it? Utah.
It really does. I don't like it. FC is what? Football club?
Yes.
And they do that across the pond and elsewhere. I don't like it at all. Don't like it at all. No. It's America. Come up with a damn nickname. All right. We need a mascot.
Even if it's a bad one?
Even if it's a bad one. Okay. Listen, there's a minor league baseball team in your backyard. You absolutely hate their nickname. Okay.
It's the dumbest nickname in sports.
Okay. Mighty Muscles or Baseball Club? Which would you go with?
Baseball club.
You're lying.
No. Baseball. Particularly in an area where muscles are not indigenous. No. Baseball club.
There's no abominable snowmen in Utah.
You got the snow in the mountains. Where else would an abominable snowman be? He'd be on the top of a mountain, ready to eat a skier.
Ready to eat. Well, I certainly make sure that mascot shows up at the grade school. Yep.
I can see the Yeti on a snowboard making runs in Park City.
Threatening to eat third graders when he gets to the bottom, apparently.
Or tourists. Either way.
Do you know they're selling obstructed seats? They're taking 3 years and they're like redoing the inside of that arena, but they literally are selling, I think they're selling like 13,000 seats to games right now. 10,000 of them are unobstructed. Like, people are buying obstructed seats for season tickets. For years, by the way. It's going to take them years to make that view unobstructed. That's how much they want this hockey team.
Well, 10,000 unobstructed is far better than the 4,700 they were serving before in Arizona.
It's true. It's a packed house at Arizona State, baby.
Got that
Or,
right.
or it's an A's game. Yeah, one or the other. Miller and Moulton. Kurt Becker to talk about the Belmont, which is not being run at Belmont Park, which begs the question, why are we calling it the Belmont? But anyway, it's tomorrow. Chance to win money. We'll talk to Kurt about that coming up. John Forslund talked Stanley Cup Finals at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the
Krispy Kreme is kicking the tar out of Dunkin' Donuts.
Is it really?
Yes. I Googled Cricket, and Cricket Wireless came up as one of the Next we've got. I will, Paula. Thank you. Ambient, I'm fine with Utah Hockey Club. David would be bothered by it.
It would bother me a lot. It would bother me a lot. What's the mascot, first off?
You could make it whatever you want.
Stupid.
No, it makes it unlimited what you could do for the mascot. Whatever you wanted. You could have it be a Yeti. You could have it be an outlaw. You could have it be a mammoth. You could have it be Icy, the very lovable whatever.
All right, whatever. I feel like we're back in the 80s. What's a Hoya?
Dadgum, good point.
Salt Lakers or Salt Lickers?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Kurt Becker in 15 minutes. We'll talk to Belmont for a bit. John Forslund coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk the Stanley Cup Finals and begin to look ahead in hockey. Stanley Cup Finals get underway tomorrow night. NBA Finals got underway last night. Boston a winner by 18. Game, for the most part, wasn't even that close. Celtics led by 17 after one, by 29 late second, 21 at the half. Led by 20 going to the fourth and won by 18. I am seriously asking you this question. If you were Dan Hurley, would you leave UConn, and they have an offer on the table to make him one of the 5 highest paid college coaches in the country? And if I'm going off the top of my head, I'm guessing that would put him in around the $6-7 million a year category. And the Lakers apparently are offering double that. Would you leave for the Lakers job?
Probably. More than likely, I would take the job, David. It is.
Is it the best job? Forget the specifics, personnel, draft picks, cap, the whole deal. Of all the franchises, 30 of them in the NBA.
It's one of the best coaching jobs in sports. Leave the NBA out of it. It's the best job in the NBA.
Is this like manager of the Yankees, head coach of the Cowboys?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
All right. And so for that reason alone, you can't say yes, you can't say no to it?
That's it. That I think that's now. the elements that we brought up yesterday, David, I think are the biggest part of this, is that Hurley's whole life's in the Northeast.
Whole life.
For me, I've moved around.
Right.
Moving's not a problem with me. Living somewhere else, I don't have a big family. So, and even when I was, a little bit younger, it would have never bothered me to move cross country, ever. So I think I'm a little different than Dan Hurley. I'm amazed that this seems to be as close to a done deal as it is.
Well, I don't think it is a done deal. I mean, John Fanta, for what it's worth, says it's very much a 50-50 deal. I will say nobody covers the Big East better than John Fanta. John and Dan Hurley have a relationship. Okay. I think John's getting excellent information from the Dan Hurley side of it. His reporting in the last 18 hours should be looked at. He's written a couple of stories. If you're interested in this, I would read what John Fanta is writing. Okay. Because Woj, even though he broke the story, Woj is getting his information from, the professional side. That's where he's getting it from. He's being fed it. And that's why if I'm Adam Silver, by the way, I am not happy about the timing of this. The morning of game 1. Are you serious? I mean, even the day before.
The Celtics, David.
Well, I understand. And it's another reason why I'm honked off if I'm Adam Silver. I'm like, come on now. We've had a week of no basketball. Okay. I know you gave them the information. You couldn't give it to them the day before. I'd have no problem if we spent all day Wednesday talking about Dan Hurley to the Lakers.
In fact, I'd be elated.
Yeah.
That the day before the NBA Finals, there was a monster NBA story to take all of the sports oxygen.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Great. Okay. And then, by the way, on Thursday morning, game 1 tonight of the NBA Finals. We'll get back to Dan Hurley and the Lakers a little bit later on. ... But I would not take the job if I'm Hurley. And I'm taking, by the way, the personal part out of it. This sounds crazy, but this to me is kind of like, Scott Drew just turning down the Kentucky job and at Baylor. To me, if you're Dan Hurley, you're 51. This is your big move. Are you sure you want it to be the Lakers? Because the other part of this, which is interesting, is this, because Dan has talked for a couple years now about, I'm intrigued by the NBA, but he's talked about the type of team that he wants to go to, the type of organization he wants to go to. Young.
The team he wants to coach is the Knicks.
Well,
or a team like that. You know what I mean?
Right. The team that he describes, quite frankly, is the Houston Rockets. It's the San Antonio Spurs. It's a group of young guys, and I can instill my culture, my offense, my way of doing things. I mean, there are some that are wondering, is this the Lakers' way of moving on from LeBron? Because what Dan Hurley has described for a year and a half about what would intrigue him about the NBA is not a soon-to-be 40-year-old LeBron James.
Four coaches in 7 years for the Lakers.
Right. Who do we think's GM of the Lakers until proven otherwise?
Well, it's LeBron James, and we know it.
Right. And so that's why there are some that are wondering, is this a big push by the Lakers to eventually, hey, LeBron has said he's going to test free agency. Knock yourself out, man. We're ready to move on. AD is going to be our best player. Okay. And we're going to put a bunch of young guys around him. And we thank you for your, 6 years? Thank you for the 6 years. Thank you for the championship. Thank you for a couple other appearances in the conference finals. We appreciate it. We wish you all the best. Just wondering. Because if you go and look at it, he did an interview 6 weeks ago. The job he was talking about in the NBA when he was asked about his future, and he all but said, yeah, one day I'll be in the NBA. And this is what I would like to do. It was not the final year or two of LeBron's career.
I will say it is, if he leaves, it's a really sad day for college sports.
Ooh. Think about the reigning football national champion and the two-time defending men's basketball national champion, and their coaches get up and leave for the pros.
And young. I mean, in the coaching world.
I think Harbaugh's 60, but yes, he looks younger. And Hurley's 51, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, if he wanted to, it's 20 years he could coach more at Connecticut.
Well, remember when Billy Donovan left the Gators? I mean, we all went, damn. You know, you might have been the all-time winningest coach in college basketball history if you stayed. You had it going on. 3 Final Fours, 2 national titles, like 6 Elite Eights. I mean, he had it going.
So that's the part of this I think about, is what the blow that this is to college, because Hurley had quickly established himself as the coach in the sport, and it looked as if we had a decade where he'd be the guy. Now, who does that leave as the big-time college coach out there?
Bill Self. I think it, I mean, you know, Izzo's got the tenure, but I think it would be Bill Self.
I think you're right.
He's really got that fake hair down now, too. Okay, it doesn't move at all. It's really good. It's like Ravitch. Okay, I mean, that thing's like cement. That doesn't move. Looks good. He's got it down.
Well, it's the key to a coach. I mean, if you're a good coach, you got, I mean, all the way from Riley back, the hair's got to be there, David.
No doubt. It does. Okay, even when you're getting all riled up and what have you. By the way, can you imagine Hurley on an NBA sideline?
Can you imagine that? I mean, obviously, he's got to tone down the way he acts, because for 30 games, that's one thing. For 80, that's a heart attack waiting to happen.
I was going to say, you know how many technicals that's going to be? My goodness. I mean, Draymond Green's going to be telling him, dude, you got a lot of technicals. Kurt Becker next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more.
Hey, do you already have a date for Phil Steele lined up for us?
Nope. Nope. By the way, pepperoni pizza.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. John Forslund will join us at the top of the hour as we preview the Stanley Cup Finals, which get underway tomorrow night. Tomorrow, late afternoon, is the Belmont, the third leg of horse racing's Triple Crown. Kurt Becker, he's our guy, Horse Racing Radio Network. Follow him on X at Becker Trackside. We'll talk to Kurt about the Belmont, which is not being run at Belmont Park because they're undergoing some renovations, which is probably the biggest storyline in the race going forward.
David, we are having some issues with the phones this morning.
Oh, boy.
I was able to get a hold of Kurt, but I'm not able to put Kurt on the line. So bear with me as I've got to produce a little bit on air right now. And I apologize to our audience for doing that.
It's always great.
But something is not right with the phones this morning.
It's always great. Well, we can always try engineering 101. Turn them off, turn them on.
If I knew how to turn the phones off and turn them back on again, I would do that.
Reach out to Trent. He had to do it a few times. One day, folks, we're going to work in a place and the equipment's going to work. We have dreams on this show. We really do. Such big dreams. And I think at the top of the list is to work and have the equipment work. Anyway, we'll get to Kurt, hopefully, in the next half dozen minutes and be able to talk about the Belmont. Another chance for you to make a few bucks. And obviously, we'd love to get this worked out so John Forslund can join us coming up at the top of the hour. Celtics win game 1, and they won it easily if you missed it. 107-89, led by 17 after the first quarter. They hit 7 threes. They scored more points beyond the arc in the first quarter than the Mavs scored in the entire quarter. Led by 29 late second half, led by 21 at the break, by 20 after 3. Dallas made it a game in the third quarter, cutting the deficit to 8. After that, Boston ran away with it. Luka had 30. He was the only guy with the Mavs who showed up. 6 in double figures for Boston, led by Jaylen Brown with 22. 16 threes to 7 for the Celtics. That was the edge. We've talked about this. Celtics hit their threes. Nobody's beating them. Not in this year's NBA. Not happening. All right. Don't hit their threes because they keep chucking them. So if they're not hitting their threes, that's your shot. But it looks as if Dallas, right now, we haven't seen them make an adjustment yet, but last night they had more mismatches. Defensively, Boston looked to be a problem for Dallas last night. We'll see what sort of adjustments they can make. Jason Kidd and his staff, they're good. They lost game 1 to the Clippers. They lost game 1 to OKC. But last night, they looked outmatched in more ways than just one team was hitting their shots and another team wasn't. But we'll see. Things can change, and they can change dramatically in sports once the adjustments are starting to be made.
Well, I'm getting a tutorial on how to fix this during the next break, but that means that Kurt Becker is not going to happen.
Damn.
So
All right. I'll reach out, try to reschedule. Maybe we can reschedule him for sometime later next
The
hour.
good news is he's got the weekend off. That I do know because we chatted before we had him. Everything was working along swimmingly. I said I'm going to try to call him back because I can't get him on the air, but the phones have frozen.
Great.
And when it's this hot, you wouldn't expect that to happen, but apparently our phone lines have frozen up.
Well, when the equipment is, when it was installed shortly after D-Day, all right, then, that's why maybe it seizes up from time to time. Just saying, it's kind of like some of us getting out of bed in the morning. Should work. Up. It should work, but some days, some of the joints don't.
So we've gone multiple poll question today, and they are
Wow.
very one-sided in the answers. Who wins the Stanley Cup? Right now, 84% of you going with the Florida Panthers. But it's National Donut Day, so we've got something that you actually want to vote on. Who has better donuts, Krispy Kreme or Dunkin'? Right now, Krispy Kreme getting 74% of the vote. I apologize to all of you Tim Horton fans out there. There's not a Tim Horton in Florida that I'm aware of. There's certainly not one where I live. I don't believe there's one where David lives. So therefore, Tim Horton didn't make the survey.
Right. And I know that there were people calling for it. I've never been.
I haven't either. They're all over Michigan where I'm from, but they weren't there when I lived there. And I don't really go back that often. Now, maybe I'll be there next week. I don't know if Grand Rapids, Michigan has a Tim Horton. I doubt I'll hit it. I doubt I'll have time. But on National Donut Day, we ask what your favorite donut is. We give you 4 choices: chocolate frosted, jelly-filled, Boston cream, or glazed. Glazed running away with it, 45% of the vote. Boston cream with 30% trying to hang on. Chocolate frosted is third. Your jelly-filled donut bringing up the rear.
You know what? I'm blaming us for our phone issues because most days we struggle just to have one poll question. So since today we have 3, I feel as if the radio gods are just messing with us.
Wow. Fair enough. But I think we can, hopefully, during the next break, we're going to get these phones fixed and we'll be good to go for the 8 o'clock hour. And John Forslund, who's going to join us at the top of the hour.
Have you been paying attention at all to Jack and his comments this week at the memorial?
A little bit.
Jack's not happy. Jack's not happy. He's a little bothered by the state of golf, but he's really bothered the fact that his tournament's this week. Even though it's one of those,
elevated events.
Right. So and they've got 8 of them in which it's a $20 million purse and, the great fields and what have you. Because I think Jack's feeling is, well, most people are going to show up for my tournament because, well, it's my tournament. I'm Jack Nicklaus. We don't need to have the elevated field. Most everybody shows up, but we need to have it last week when it's closer to, Memorial Day. I mean, when this tournament started, it was a Memorial Day weekend. Okay, then we made it the week after Memorial Day. But they used to, I guess, have a really big thing on Memorial Day at the golf tournament. It was a big community thing. A lot of people showed up and what have you. So now this year, they're a week removed from that. And it's the week before the U.S. Open. And so when Jack was doing his media this week, Mark, he just looked right into the cameras and he said, well, I'm just telling you right now, I never played the week before a major. So I don't like this to begin with because I would have never played in it. And, I have to admit, the PGA Tour putting an elevated event the week before a major, I mean, there are a lot of guys who don't like to play the week before a major.
Well, and they did it the week after a major because didn't they make
Myrtle Beach there or Hilton Head?
Hilton Head. They made the Hilton Head tournament
after the Masters.
After the Meritage. After the Masters, they made that an elevated event.
Which, if you ask a lot of golfers, like Tiger never played the week before a major. Phil plays the week before a major. Rory likes to play the week before a major. Scheffler wouldn't be playing this week if it wasn't an elevated event. He's already skipped one. You're only allowed to skip one of the 8. And he's already skipped one. Remember, Rory got fined $3 million for skipping an elevated event last year. That should have been Rory's first clue, by the way, that he was on the outs with the PGA Tour.
When they fined him?
$3 million. I understand Rory's worth a few $100 million, but still, that's not, that's like, there's a lot of $50,000 to $100,000 fines in sports. They fined Rory $3 million. So Jack's not happy. Jack's basically said, I did it for a year because they asked me nicely, but he's all but said, I ain't doing it anymore.
Well, and I mean, the Palm Beach tournament that he's got it's at his course.
His course, right? The Bear Trap, they lost their title sponsor. They're not getting anybody to play that event anymore.
No.
That's one of the worst fields on tour.
So I think that has a little bit to do with him being disgruntled over things. That and the fact that this tour split. If you're a fan of golf, this isn't good, and Jack's a fan of golf.
Also, next year's the 50th Memorial. 50 years next year. So, I mean, Jack's 84. He's allowed to, if he wants to complain about something, he's Jack Nicklaus. He can complain. But just saying, Jack has not been festive this week. It'll be interesting when he goes into the booth with Nance, because he will. Sometimes he even does it both days.
He's usually on for a while.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he's going to make the effort to get to the booth, I mean, the one U.S. Open that we had him on Fox, I know, once he got to the booth, I mean, you say, hey, this is what we're thinking. And But if Jack kind of gives you the indication he wants to stay for another segment, I mean, when Nance was in the booth for the U.S. Open on Fox, it was planned how long it was going to be. This is what we're going to talk about. And whatever you do, make sure Nance isn't calling any golf. And like the third question, Joe throws in underhanded. All of a sudden, we break away from the two of them on set and we start showing some golf. And Nance starts calling the U.S. Open on Fox. And I mean, you should have saw all of us, because we know Joe jumped through hoops to get permission from CBS to get Nance on the broadcast. And it was because it was at Pebble Beach and Jim Law saw at the fifth hole or wherever he lives. Right. And then all of a sudden, Nance is calling golf on Fox.
Can't help himself.
No, he can't. Joe joked with him and said, "You've never called the U.S. Open before, have you?"
Well, check that one off the list. Now I got a couple holes.
Got a few minutes of it anyway. So anyway, just wanted to do that. And the PGA Tour and PIF are meeting today in New York City. Tiger's going to be there. Apparently, Rory's allowed to zoom in.
Not allowed to be there, just zoom in, huh?
He's got to play.
Oh,
He's
that's
at
right.
the
He's going off pretty early, too, I thought.
And that's why I think the meeting's in the afternoon. He's zooming in. So, but apparently they're meeting face-to-face today. Did you see Shoffley's comments, by the way?
Yeah.
In which he basically said, we need a new commissioner.
Right. We need a leader.
And
we need someone that'll lead us.
And I don't trust this guy.
At all.
We need it. I mean, he all but put the words together. We need a new commissioner. So that's what happens if you win a major. You can't say that when you're the best golfer not to win a major. But once you win a major, you can say some things.
I'm with Jack, though, about this not being Memorial Day weekend. It was one of the few non-majors that I would watch because it was Jack's tournament. It was Memorial Day weekend. You had the time, it seemed like. Now, I'll probably throw it on a little bit this weekend. But you get used to certain things being certain times. And I can see where Jack's honked off by it.
Yeah, he's not happy. He thinks it'll affect attendance. All right. He's worried about his sponsors. Okay, because you're further away from school. I don't know what the school schedule is in Ohio, but he kind of hinted at, summer break and what have you. Anyway, just thought it was worth mentioning. And oh, by the way, apparently there are still some people trying to make this whole PGA Tour LIV thing happen. Did you see Rory's comments about it yesterday? Rory thinks it will happen. It will take a while. And that he does not envision LIV ever going away. He thinks they're going to keep on doing their thing. And that some sort of truce, some sort of mechanism that will allow guys to come back over and play a certain number of events.
I'm telling you right now, scrap the damn President's Cup and have it be a LIV versus PGA event.
Oh, my God, it'd be must watch.
People would be so into it. No one has, even Americans. So who watches the President's Cup and gets really worked up during that event? Ryder Cup. David, I was beside myself during the Ryder Cup watching us get smoked. President's Cup.
In the U.S., it's nothing. It is like when they've had it in Australia and other places, it's been a really big deal. But you're right. In this country, it doesn't resonate at all. Hopefully, John Forslund next.
Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. All right, I've rebooted the phones. I'm just waiting for them to come back on now. Hopefully they come back on before 8 o'clock. Chris said it'll take 4 or 5 minutes for them to reboot.
I text John to let him know, and he said no worries. So
Did you text Kurt?
I didn't because I thought you said to him, but I'll text him now. Would you want it to be 8:21 or 8:38?
It doesn't matter.
No, I know that, but just do you have a
21.
okay? Okay, so we're tentative with John now whenever they reboot, and with Kurt the following segment.
Awesome. Just need the phones to come back on.
So if you start calling John, then I'll know, I'll react accordingly.
Yes.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are just past the midway point of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. It is the first Friday of June, but you know what that time of the year means. NBA Finals underway last night. Boston an easy winner. Game 2 Sunday night. Stanley Cup Finals, 5th year in a row. That if you're going to win the cup, you got to go through Florida.
There may be hockey towns, but we are the hockey state.
Yeah, Minnesota. Move aside, baby.
Stick to high school. Stick to the kids' games. You guys do that well. The rest of it, we'll take over from there, okay?
Boy,
Professional hockey, state of Florida.
That high school hockey
Hell,
tournament.
what happened in the college tournament? Minnesota got bounced all over the place too, didn't they?
Yeah. The Gophers don't win as many titles as they should. There's no doubt about that. Just ask a Gophers fan, because it's not like those teams lack talent. That high school hockey tournament's exceptional. There are not many things that I've done that I've had more fun than covering the state high school hockey tournament in Minnesota. It really is remarkable. So
The hair alone makes it worthwhile.
Our phone system is not working. We've rebooted it. Once again, the equipment is from, the 60s and 70s, so it takes a while. And so we were going to have Kurt Becker last segment talk about the Belmont, which is not being raced at Belmont Park. And we were going to have John Forslund right now. Both have agreed to push their interviews back, which is good because our phone system is kind of like the old AOL startup. I think, Mark, the only thing you're missing in that studio is the screech.
I'm not going to try to imitate that on air, but
No.
David, I feel it. I'm hearing it. And I think people driving around right now are hearing that dial-up sound in their head.
That is not so. We do a lot of impressions on this show. That is not one that I want to do, because I think also the better you do it, the more annoying it is. But Mark is staring at the phone system rebooting the way we used to stare at our computer, watching the wheel slowly go round and round, going, is the gerbil going to move any faster?
You've
Faster?
got mail. Oh, sorry.
Exactly. So if by chance the phone system can reboot itself, all right, we really will talk to Kurt Becker and John Forslund at some point in time. They're both very graciously have agreed to talk with us later on this hour. And it's all because I believe we have not one, not two, but three poll questions today. We have as many poll questions today as sometimes we have in a week.
Oh, this is more than we've had in a week before, David. Don't kid yourself.
So the standard one that we knew yesterday was we're just going to, ask you, so who do you think is going to, dance with Lord Stanley's Cup? The Panthers or the Oilers? And we figured more of you would pick Florida, not only because they're a slight favorite, but just because of geography. Even though 54% of you picked the Mavs to win the finals over the Celtics. Hello? Did you watch them play this year? But anyway. So that was our first poll question. Then we found out today is National Donut Day. Well, that derailed the show. Man. Because then we had to ask you what's your favorite brand of donut, and then we had to ask you specifically what's your favorite kind.
Glazed always wins. You should really take it off of the list.
Really? I didn't realize that. I mean, between the cream and the jelly, really? Glazed is overwhelming?
Almost 50% of the vote.
All right.
Almost 50%. Krispy Kreme running away with that vote. Boston Cream's making a run. But it's kind of like what Dallas did in the third quarter.
Gotcha. Going to get to within
when
6.
You're down 29.
Right.
At one point, they doubled up on them. They were doubled up on them in the first half.
58-29. Yep. You're correct.
In an NBA final game.
Yeah. First half still. 58-29. Yeah. And it was 63-42 at the break. I mean, Dallas actually ended the half on a 13-4 run. And then I think
the second half on a run of their own.
Right. And then the second half run, I believe, was 22-9. So you add it all up. Dallas went, Mark, on a 35-14 run. And it was pretty close to a quarter in terms of length of time. I think it went from about the 2-minute mark, 2.5-minute mark of the second quarter to about the 3.5-minute mark of the third. So think about that. The Mavs went on a 35-14 run, still trailed by 8, and ended up losing by 18. Now, we said Luka and Kyrie together were going to have to be the best tandem on the floor. Luka was fine.
Shot poorly from beyond the arc, but he was fine.
Yeah, but I don't think Luka's a great three-point shooter. I mean, do you, when you watch Luka play, do you really think more than 1 out of every 3 from beyond the arc's going in? Because I don't. I think of him as a penetrator, draw the contact, score, dish, that sort of deal. I don't think of Luka as a premier outside shooter.
And that's what he was. He was basically, he's 4-12, so it was a 1 of 3 night. You're right. One more than that, I guess it's a good night. 5 of 12, you're going, all right, I'll take that.
Right, that's 41%. Right. 4 of 12, 33.
But Kyrie had a bad night.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Trouble penetrating, didn't make open shots, 4 shots. I did love him after the game. He was jeered like we knew he would be, and he said, I thought they'd be louder.
Right. Well, Sunday night, game 2. We'll see what adjustments Dallas makes. I will say this. It's tough to expect Porzingis to play better. I mean, come on. In 21 minutes, where did he go for, like 21 and 8? I mean, with a couple blocks. Porzingis was, when he was in the game, I thought he was the best player on the floor for both teams when he was in the game.
He was.
So, if that's going to be the case, there's nothing Dallas can do, I believe. If Porzingis is going to be that good, this sucker's over. This won't go more than 5 if Porzingis is going to be that big of a factor. But, that could have been the adrenaline, 5 weeks to prepare. Okay, we see it all the time. How does the golfer do second round? How does the player do second game? And Doris Burke even commented after the game in which she said, there were times in the first half that I thought the Mavs were a little starry-eyed. They were like, oh, it's the finals. This is different. And obviously, Boston, most everybody there, they've played so many playoff games. They were in the finals just 2 years ago. A little bit of a been there, done that. And obviously, now they got to finish the deal.
But yeah, you look at their team. Everybody on that team has some serious playoff experience.
Yeah, you could argue Porzingis maybe had the least.
Right.
But he was terrific. Jaylen Brown, both ends of the floor.
Jaylen Brown was fabulous last night. Tatum didn't have to do a whole hell of a lot. We had 16 and 11 and 5. I mean, he had an night.
Right. Yeah, it was okay. Right. I mean, he was probably the 4th best Celtic last night. The first team All-NBA guy was probably the 4th best Celtic last night. I mean, they're deeper. They have more options. They got more ways to win games and win this series. If they're going to play come on. How many games, Mark, do we think Dallas is going to win if Boston's hitting 16 threes?
None. I'm not kidding. That's a sweep if they hit threes like that. But they won't.
No. They'll have 1 or 2 games where they only make about 6 to 8 threes.
When Porzingis threw up the 3 from about 33 feet with Luka on him, you went, oh, that's the kind of night tonight is.
After one of his threes, Dallas called the timeout, and I think it was Tatum who's like meeting Porzingis at midcourt, and Tatum's, all fired up and what have you. Porzingis is laughing. Porzingis just chuckled like, everything's going in. I don't know what to tell you. It's just one of those things. Do you see the one sequence? So they get it to Porzingis on the elbow, and Dallas is really trying to be physical. I mean, the guy like 2 hands shoves him in the chest, and they let it go. So Porzingis is like, oh, okay, that's how we're going to do this. And obviously Porzingis is bigger. So Porzingis, lowers his shoulder, bodies into the guy. Guy shoves him again. Porzingis lowers his shoulders, bodies the guy. Porzingis turns right in the guy's face and jump shoots it and kicks the guy south of the border on his way up and buries the 17-footer and is then backpedaling, looking at the guy. And the guy is kind of like, I need a timeout. And he's looking at the ref like, did you not see that? And the ref's looking at him like, well, I let you shove him twice. I mean, what do you want me to do? So,
But thank goodness for the under. It was my only hope in that game. Another rough night for Miller and Moulton betting.
now, I will say, though, you overruled the 2 bets I wanted to make.
Thank goodness.
Right.
Because you wanted to bet the Twins.
I did. They had lost 6 in a row to the Yankees. What are the odds they were going to lose all 7 games they played against the Yankees this year? A 4-game sweep in 72 hours? The odds are against it. And the White Sox had lost 13 in a row. Come on now. At some point, they really are going to win a game. At what point?
Sure?
No. But at what point do you jump on the White Sox and go, tonight's the night?
David, I think this is the season in which you don't ever jump on the White Sox because they are going to be like the Angels were at home up until this week. They're going to lose seemingly 2 of every 3 for the rest of the year.
So should we just do that no matter what the odds? Just bet against the White Sox the rest of the year?
Bet against the White Sox. I like that better than betting on the White Sox, David.
Come on, Mark. Steve Stone has guaranteed a White Sox win for tonight.
Boy, that's my kind of guarantee. I'd love to tell you that we're going to have a guest on the other side, but that would mean the phone's working. They're still not working. We're still Miller and Moulton, though.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency.
Well, now I've unplugged it and plugged it back in. Doesn't mean it works yet.
Well, they're both ready to go at 8:21 and 8:38 if the phones work.
God, I hate this.
Boy, there's really not much we ask of people either. But the equipment working is, we do have the audacity to ask that.
All right, I think we're working. David, I think we're good.
Whew.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Minutes past the hour. John Forslund will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. It's a pleasure to welcome back Kurt Becker, he of the Horse Racing Radio Network. You can follow him on X at Becker Trackside. Becker Trackside. We cross our fingers. Hope the phone system's working. Kurt, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Good, fellas. It's good to be back on with you.
Oh, you've never sounded better than you did right there. I got to tell you, Miller and Moulton were sweating profusely. Well, let's talk about the obvious storyline, which I think has to be the biggest no matter what happens in the race. The Belmont's not at Belmont.
This is true. First time this has been the case since the early 1960s. In both situations, because of renovations and upgrades to the Belmont Park grandstand and facilities. So yeah, we're heading to Saratoga Springs, and it's going to be a different racetrack, still a track with a lot of tradition and a different distance, 1.25 miles instead of 1.5 miles.
Well, that obviously changes this race immensely because it was a race of endurance at 1.5 miles. Now that changes that slightly. Does that give any one horse a distinct advantage of going 1.5 miles to 1.25 miles?
I think that probably the horse that it maybe helps the most is Mystic Dan, the Derby winner. I had the impression watching the Derby a few weeks ago that even with an ideal ground saving trip, he didn't want much more than 1.25 miles. So if I had to name one horse in particular that it helps, I think it's him.
The sentiment seems to be that in this 10-horse field that Sierra Leone is the most talented horse in the race. Do you agree?
I agree. He's the most talented. I think he's probably the most talented in the crop. I mean, this is a horse that fetched a $2 million plus sale price as a yearling. But the thing that concerns me about him is he's got this tendency to lose his focus in the stretch. He'll start looking at the horse next to him. He'll start lugging in. He'll kind of veer into the left. And I think he's got a lot of talent, but I think he's also a very frustrating horse, and I think that makes him vulnerable.
Todd Pletcher's got 3 horses in it. Mind Frame's the one with the best odds. Is there any of the other Pletcher horses that you like to maybe pull an upset where you're getting a little bit better number?
Absolutely. And I will say I'm not a Mind Frame fan. He's only made 2 starts. He's never been in a stakes race. Now today they're throwing him into the deep end of the pool. The horse that Pletcher trains that I find more interesting is Antiquarian, who's 12-1 on the morning line. I like him for a couple of reasons. His sire, Preservationist, was a good horse at 1.25 miles, which is today's distance or tomorrow's distance. And then he's got John Velasquez. That Pletcher, John Velasquez trainer jockey combination is really potent. To me, I think Antiquarian's got a little bit more seasoning than Mind Frame. I think Antiquarian at a price has a chance to get a piece of this.
All right. I'm thinking about the horse that's sandwiched in between the 2 Pletcher horses at 5 and 7. Going with Dornoch at 6, 15-1. There's speed with this horse, isn't there?
There is. This is a horse who's been a bit puzzling because he's got a lot of ability, and I think a lot of folks have been waiting for him to uncork a big race. He's not done it lately. He was a disappointment in the Kentucky Derby, but maybe with the rest and having skipped the Preakness, and he's 15-1 on the morning line. He's a dangerous horse, and he does. You're right. He's got speed. He could be the kind of horse that's on or near the lead, and could maybe go all the way on the front end if it sets up for him.
The Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, looked like it didn't have a whole lot left when that race ended. Is the additional distance going to be enough to take Seize the Gray out of the money?
I just don't see him coming back to win this weekend. To me, great. It was a great story in the Preakness. Wayne Lucas, 88 years old, the trainer. But to me, that was his big race. And if you look back traditionally over the years, it seems like as often as Wayne Lucas has won the Preakness, I don't recall right offhand of any of those horses have ever come back to win the Belmont. That's not a knock on Wayne. It's just a tough ask of any horse, and I think I'll be looking in another direction.
All right, so you got the favorite out of the 9 hole in Sierra Leone. Mind Frame is the second favorite, right next to him in the 10 hole. Then you got the Preakness winner on the post. You got Mystic Dan at 5-1 out of the third rail. There aren't a lot of horses left that we haven't talked about. We did have a question in our Twitch chat room. The Wine Stewart is 15-1. Your thoughts on that horse?
This is a horse, when you asked the question earlier, who does the 1.25 miles help shortening up from 1.5 miles? The Wine Stewart admittedly is a horse I overlooked when you asked that question. And the reason is there seems to be a perception that this horse doesn't want to go much more than a 1.16 miles or 1.1 miles. he's in a good stable. He's got Mike Maker as the trainer, and he's by Vino Rosso, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic at 1.25 miles. I would not be shocked to see the Wine Steward in the chase in that final furlong. I think the shorten up to 10 furlongs helps him out.
Not only is the Belmont at Saratoga, the Belmont's on Fox. All right. Is this the first year or the second year of this? Because I'm curious how the horse racing community feels about the Belmont on Fox.
I will say this, and you're correct. It is the second year for Fox to have coverage of the Belmont Stakes. I'll give them credit. They do a great job. They have expanded. Fox started expanding their horse racing coverage during COVID.
Yep.
They do a fine job. It's just, I am always curious in any situation like this, is it better for a sport to have all three legs on the same network just because people are creatures of habit? Maybe not everyone's aware of this. They tune in, they go to NBC expecting to see the Belmont. They don't find it. But with that said, Fox, they have done the sport a big favor in recent years. A lot of coverage of the sport.
He's Kurt Becker, Horse Racing Radio Network. Follow him on X at Becker Trackside. All right. Who you picking?
I am going to land on Antiquarian. I'm going to take a shot with him at 12-1. And I'm going to plug in Resilience, runner up at 10-1 from the Belmont barn.
All right.
Looking to make a little money on this race with those horses. We hope you do. And Kurt, as I said off the air, we thank you for all the time you give us during horse racing season. We love it. Our audience loves it. And we thank you so much for doing it.
And thanks for your coverage of the sport, guys. My pleasure.
Kurt Becker, Horse Racing Radio Network. The Belmont at Saratoga tomorrow, late afternoon on Fox. 1.25 mile track. Saratoga's beautiful. Usually, August is Saratoga's big month. All the races, the Travers and all that. And if you're ever in the area, go. It's a beautiful day. It really is. Neat place. But I'll be watching just to see how different, because when they head for home, normally at the Belmont, you could still order a coffee and put your feet up. It's going to take a while. Now when they head for home, this sucker's going to be over in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of money left in the Twin Spires account, David. We're going to spend it all on the Belmont.
Well, I'm going to throw some money on Door Knock.
Name only?
Well, also, the way I think this race is going to go, speed, I did just what Kurt said. I actually think the horse is going to be kind of hanging out in third. And when they go for home, this horse is going to go, I think I got the most left in the tank.
I think the favorite wins Sierra Leone. It was the best horse in the Derby. It just had a bad ride.
John Forslund, Stanley Cup Finals talk next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Whoops, I missed that one. John. All right.
He's good. I've been texting with him. He's good.
No, I know. I just gotta.
Yeah. Awesome.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour on this first Friday in June. Thanks so much for being with us. 3 poll questions at Miller and Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com. Who do you like in the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida or Edmonton? I'm on the record, Panthers in 5. And then, since it's National Donut Day, what type of donut's your favorite? And also, you have to choose between Krispy Kreme and Dunkin'. So go and vote accordingly. He's been kind enough to reschedule for us so we could get our phones working. He's John Forslund. He's the best at calling hockey on television and radio, whether as the voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on TNT, and the Stanley Cup playoffs on both TNT and Sports USA Radio. You can follow John on X at John Forslund. John, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Well, we are good now that we hear your voice. Hey, help me out especially. Mark's higher on Edmonton than I am. John, I see like 2 lines, 4 defensemen, and I think it's like 10 against 20 in this series. You've seen Edmonton a lot during the regular season and in the playoffs. What am I off base about?
Well, to be politically correct here, but I'm being honest, I think you're both correct. Like I agree with both of you on certain things here. I do think Florida wins. I think it's closer than the 5 games, David, and Mark is right in giving Edmonton the credit they deserve, because I think it's easy to look at Edmonton and make those assumptions because basically that's how they got through the regular season. They get through the regular season with their high end being great with McDavid, Draisaitl. You get to Zach Hyman with 54 goals. Nugent Hopkins had a very quiet, great season. Those are the forwards that you need to be worried about. And then on defense, there's Evan Bouchard, who's very dynamic, and Matthias Ekholm, who's been the anchor of their D. Then it thins out, and the goaltending is always in question. But during the playoffs, everything that I just mentioned was better. Okay, their D started to get stronger as a group. Their goaltender got through some issues. He had a step out of the second round, and he was exceptional in the third round. Their team game defensively is better than they're given credit for. So the coach has done a very good job kind of morphing them to here. I'm not sure it's enough, because we've talked about the Panthers during the regular season. We certainly talked about them a lot during these playoffs. And when you look at their balance and the way they can play a variety of different ways and beat you, and then there's Sergei Bobrovsky, I'm going with Florida, but I think it might be a long series. I'm not sure it's a quickie. We'll see.
Up until that last Edmonton-Dallas game, Edmonton had done a really good job of outshooting Dallas. It was almost as if they said, we can't allow shots on our goaltender. And I thought they controlled a lot of the games up until the clinching game, which was just completely one-sided, and Skinner stole one for them. Did Skinner, do you think, get confidence in the fact that they played a lot of games where they were out shooting, they were dominating offensively, and he didn't have to make as many saves? It seems that he gained a little confidence to me.
Yeah, I think confidence is a big part of it, but I think the confidence that Stuart Skinner gets comes from the locker room. Being around them a lot during the playoffs, the one thing I saw is that they have his back. So if he falters, they're going to hunker down and play better defensively in front of him, which leads them to a style of play that's successful in the playoffs. Chris Knobloch, the coach, addressed it, during the last round in some private conversations we had with him. And he said one thing that he's seen is that when Connor and Leon both decide they're going to chip pucks in and get it deep and not look for offense all the time, which they can because they're that good, it kind of sends a message to the rest of the team that we need to just play a simple game. And that's how they locked down Dallas. Yes, they were really outshot, and at times Dallas was carrying the play in that elimination game, allowing Skinner to be great. But I think what they basically did was, okay, we've got the lead. We're gonna lock this thing down and win a tight game. And the old Edmonton Oilers could never do that. And old meaning just the last few seasons. They could never get comfortable in a 2-1 game. they always had to stretch it out a little bit and win 3-1, 4-1, and maybe more. They're okay now. They're comfortable in their own skin, if you will, playing this type of style. Be interesting to see, because that's how the Panthers play. The Panthers are so restrictive in what they allow through the middle of the ice, what they allow in the defensive zone, and they don't let anybody into the inner slot. They're 5 guys connected defensively. I'm very interested to see how it plays out for both teams in this series.
He's John Forslund. We're talking the Stanley Cup Finals with the voice of the Seattle Kraken. You can follow him on X at John Forslund. Hey, you mentioned Knobloch. We all know what Paul Maurice did for Florida 2 years ago. He put it in a different system. He said, listen, we can't play for the cup the way you guys have been playing the last couple of years. And obviously we all know what's happened. What have you found out, John, that Knobloch did? Because obviously, hell, if he was this great a coach, the Rangers wouldn't have hired Gallant and Lavalette. They just would have promoted him. What has he done?
Mm-hmm. I think they'll never tell you exactly, but it appears that Jay Woodcroft was trying to play a man-on-man defensive system in the defensive zone, and Knobloch went more to a zone. Is it a zone? There's basically 3 ways teams play today in the NHL defensively. They either play a man-on-man coverage. Carolina does that. A strict zone coverage in the D zone, or a hybrid, which kind of blends the two together, right? So it's really, sometimes it's hard to tell what they're doing, but it appears whatever happened, he took the old defensive system and he relaxed the thought process. And so sometimes, you could do it the other way too. And that's all a coaching change gets you in the NHL, if there's a system adjustment. If there's a system adjustment, then that's usually what it is. And then they'll address how they want to play in the neutral zone, whether it's 1-3-1 or 1-2-2 or whatever it is, 1-4, however they line through center. Again, that's a lot of coaching vernacular that I don't get too caught up in. But I think that's what happened. And, I did have them not only a fair amount with Seattle, but Eddie and I did a lot of their games for Turner. Turner's now, and they should. You're seeing McDavid and Draisaitl more nationally in the United States, thank goodness, than in the past. So you're trying to get those games, to the public to see the best players. And so we've had chances to talk to Knobloch a lot, and that's basically it. They fixed their D zone, relaxed it a little bit, and asked their forwards to just be harder coming back without a lot of decision making, and it's worked.
No one has been as physical as the Panthers throughout the playoffs. They hit everybody, and for a team that carries the puck as much as they do to still lead in hits, that was pointed out to us, that's pretty remarkable. Is Edmonton ready for the physicality of what Florida's going to bring to this series?
I don't think so. I mean, not many teams are today. Florida's, their management has done a great job of giving Paul this roster, that gives you that dynamic. And I applaud it, because I'm a big, as an old schooler, I'm a big fan of that. I don't like NHL games today, particularly in the regular season, where we see ping pong matches, where it's a skate show, where it's get the puck deep and get in position and the other team does the same, and you just go back and forth with this the entire game without a lot of physicality. Still like to see physicality, still think it's important. And if it's not important, then why is it so important when we get to the Stanley Cup playoffs? Because it is. So you better have that on your roster. And we're not talking about the old days of intimidation and fighting and all that. We're just talking about heaviness, whether it's Matthew Tkachuk, who can do it all the right way and put tremendous points on the board, but he's an antagonist and he's a physical player. Sam Bennett, you're not going to get as many points, but you're going to get a heavy forecheck. You're going to get a strong presence through the middle of the ice. And then Barkov, in his own way, he's not an intimidating physical player, but he's tough to play against. He'll lean on you. He'll check your best players. And I want to see where this goes in this series, because he completely eliminated Mika Zibanejad out of the third round. At 5-on-5, that player was not a factor at all. And now it's either or. It's either McDavid or Draisaitl, or if Knobloch goes to the double down where he puts both boys on the same line, he will do that. I'm not sure they're that strong when that happens. For certain points in the game, they are. But it's pick your poison. And at home, as they start tomorrow night, Paul Maurice will have the opportunity to show us, is Barkov checking McDavid, or is he going to check Draisaitl at 5-on-5? I'm interested to see where that goes.
John, we know it's a team game, but the Panthers have just gone 12-5 against Vasilevsky, Swayman, and Shesterkin. And John, I mean it. You could pick from the whole league, and there are not many other goalies that you would line up and put in your top 3 to have to face than that. They're 12-5 against that kind of goaltending. That's remarkable.
Right. It is, and when you look at the other side, it was the LA Kings, which it's an issue in goal. It's not Thatcher Demko in the second round. It's Shelovs who played well, but he's their third goalie, and then it was Jake Ottinger. And Jake Ottinger, I think you could put him in the same category as the goalies you just rattled off, and they got to him. But there's no doubt. Again, it's going through those goalies and those teams in the East, and the way they did it, and how all 3 of those teams, Tampa Bay, Boston, and the Rangers, how they looked straight on at 5-on-5. I take the special teams out of it. And remember, Edmonton does deliver the best penalty killing in the playoffs to this series. So that'll be interesting to watch. But it's always determined 5-on-5. And the Bruins especially had nothing. They couldn't generate any offense whatsoever. And the same thing happened in the Rangers series. The deeper the series, as it wore on, it started to rear its ugly head. And so that's why the Panthers are where they're at. They've taken the lessons they learned last season through the regular season to sneak in and then do what they did and ride Bobrovsky, really. I think Sergei Bobrovsky was hotter last playoff than he is now. He's just great now. But what I see is a Florida team that validated their playoff run last year throughout the regular season and is determined to win the cup, which will be a great story.
You kind of mentioned it in your answer of how good Florida special teams have been, but Edmonton's power play has been legendary. Do we look at how this series is called as a factor? I mean, not saying that the refs are going to one team or the other, but if they call more penalties, does that give Edmonton any advantage?
Yeah, because that fuels their game. Now, there was a time that was the entire thing for the Edmonton Oilers. And that would be enough because there were times last season and this where their power play is cooking almost 50% in the regular season. So I had a nice conversation with the legendary Paul Coffey during the year and in these playoffs about this power play. And as you know, in his day with Edmonton and Pittsburgh and Detroit, he was part of some of the greatest power play units the league has ever seen. He claims this is the best one ever. So those are his words, not mine. So yes, when they get to the power play, it'll be interesting to see. You can't contain it completely. And Dallas did a great job. It wasn't until late in the series where finally Edmonton broke through with their power play, but it's only a matter of time. Those 5 guys stay out there the whole time, and they should, and they have their way. Once they get established in the zone, and it's either McDavid that's a zone entry guy or Bouchard, both are elite at that, and that's a big key. A lot of teams just have a hard time penetrating the blue line. Florida will try and take that away, but once they get to their sets, you better back off a little bit, because if you chase, they got you. If you back off too much, they got you. And it's going to start up top with Bouchard with that big shot. They isolate him. That opens up the area down low for 2 of the best players in the world, and a guy in Nugent Hopkins and Hyman, who are right behind those other 2, and McDavid and Draisaitl. But Leon and Connor will take over the power play, and there's not much you can do about it. So the old stay out of box is always in play. The officiating will be under the microscope. Edmonton will try and draw some penalties, so we'll see, what the standard is, how much diving is allowed or whatever. It could be an issue early. And we'll go from there. And then on the other side of it, Edmonton, the one thing that's underlying with them is the Oilers have the number 1 penalty killing in the playoffs. And it was exceptional. in all 3 rounds, and it'll test Barkov and Reinhardt and Verhaeghe and Montour and what the Panthers bring with their power play.
John, we're always appreciative of you, your time, and your insight, and thanks for rescheduling today and dealing with our phone issues. Listen, enjoy the finals. Hopefully we can talk again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Call me midway through and at the end, boys. Always have time. Great.
John Forslund, voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on TNT, and he's done the playoffs for both Turner and Sports USA Radio. Follow him on X at John Forslund. We are Miller and Moulton, 3/4 of the way home. Diamond District bonus hours next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years.
Well, Mark, you can address Go Raiders in the Twitch chat room. When the organization wins the cup,
I don't know the answer to that. I was looking at that. I don't know. I'm sure it will be.
because the reason the trophy came to Southwest Florida was what? An equipment manager? Because everybody gets a day with the Cup. Go Raiders. And, players, coaches, anybody who has anything to do with that locker room and the product on the ice. And that's a good chunk of the offseason when you think about it. If you're dealing with 40, 50 people, that's 2 months of everybody getting a day. Kind of relief. You didn't really just ask that question, do you? Oh, you're not asking. I'm sorry. I read it wrong. You're not asking a WWE championship, but I have to admit, I always thought they were cool in boxing. I did.
That's what they should give, instead of the U.S. Open, they don't have a jacket. They just give a trophy. I mean, they should give the U.S. Open a belt.
Okay.
Golfers wearing a belt. That would be fantastic. Best part is I went to fix the phone system the proper way, rebooting it. That didn't work. It worked.
Turned it off, turn it on?
Yep, unplugged it and plugged it back in.
There you go. You know what? When is it not worked? In anything. Around the house, something's not working. Turn it off, unplug it, turn it on. When does it not work?
Where's the cable box? High stress show today.
Yeah. 3 poll questions. Phone's not working.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Friday, the first Friday of June. You know what's going on this time of the year. NBA Finals, Boston up 1-0, Game 2 Sunday night. Stanley Cup Finals. Man, we haven't had a game in nearly a week. I am jonesing for some hockey.
Are you back?
Oh, no. I got no problem watching the finals. I'm not one of those, they beat my team.
No. I know you're going to watch, but are you watching with full enthusiasm or are you watching going, oh, damn?
Well, no. At the beginning, I'm watching with full enthusiasm. If Florida does to Edmonton what I think they're going to do, it will make the disappointment even more so because I thought that Florida and the Rangers was for the Cup. Like I thought the Rangers that they would beat Edmonton. Edmonton win a couple games, but they were going to beat Edmonton. I was convinced of that. I'm convinced Florida. I mean, Edmonton better win game 1. I really believe that. If Edmonton doesn't win game 1, I don't think this is going to be much of a series. I could be dead wrong. We can go back in time, but then again, my opinion of Edmonton is a team that took advantage of a weak draw. And quite frankly, why did Dallas not hit Edmonton? I mean, seriously, why? Why are you trying to? And Dallas can really skate, but why are you trying to skate with Edmonton? That's all they can do. I didn't get it. Dallas beat Vegas and Colorado and lost to Edmonton? What the heck? It makes no sense.
None whatsoever. Now, goaltending for those three teams is actually kind of equal.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing that out, that Vegas and Colorado did not have exceptional play in goal.
No, they didn't. They didn't. It was pretty average. That's true.
And
but Ottinger was above average. Ottinger was good. He wasn't very good or great, but Ottinger was fine. Ottinger was not the reason Dallas lost to Edmonton.
No. But he didn't steal him a game when Edmonton was out shooting him 34-20 either.
No, he didn't. That's true.
And sometimes you've got to get one of those to win a series. But to your point, David, they did not play physically.
No, at
against
all.
Edmonton. And
at all.
Not saying that it's easy, because Edmonton is such a great skating team.
But come on now. The puck's in the corner a decent amount. Hit somebody. Guys are in front of the net.
Put
Hit 'em.
pressure on their defensemen.
Yeah.
And that's what Florida does such a great job of. Is
And by the
attacking
way-
your defense and forcing that first pass to be a tough pass. If you do that, you slow things down coming out of the zone, and now you're just flipping pucks back out to center, and you're back on the attack.
But I think this is, and I don't want to come off as too big of a nerd here, but we've had Stanley Cup finals in the past in which one team is like the team that you thought was going to get there. And the other team, you're like, man, they're on a hell of a run. And what usually happens is we get to the finals, and at some point in the finals, the run ends. Like, you're a Wings fan. John Forslund did the Carolina Hurricanes games forever. Okay, the 0-2 final. Carolina, when the series started, they just kept on. They took game 1. Game 3 was like that multiple overtime game. As soon as Detroit won game 3 and basically bursted Carolina's bubble, that series was over. Boom, boom. Wings in 5. You go back, Lemieux with the Penguins and the North Stars. North Stars were on this great run. Once Pittsburgh figured them out, they won 3 games in a row, won the Cup in 6. I really think that's what's going to happen here. I actually think Edmonton's best shot is in Florida this weekend and Monday night. Because I think the Panthers will get better every game. There's no plan B for Edmonton. There's no adjustment for Edmonton. Florida can make numerous adjustments. They're so much deeper. Once they get used to Edmonton's speed, Mark, I think they just whoop them.
Well, and what's going to be interesting, David, is if Florida plays the physical style, which we all think that they will and will be able to against Edmonton. Edmonton's not had to answer the bell physically in any of these series that they've really played. That's not the style of how their first 3 series have gone. Will Edmonton try to then hit with Florida the way Tampa did after getting run out of the building in game 1? And Tampa in game 2 tried to hit and played a much better game. Can Edmonton play the physical style with Florida, or are they really outmatched if they start having to try to throw the body around?
Now, I don't say this very often in hockey, but the TV schedule favors Edmonton because I think Edmonton's bench is shorter. I think Edmonton's coach would be more inclined to play his top guys more minutes. Well, there's a lot more recovery time. First off, Edmonton's going to go 6 days before they play game 1. I mean, I think they can ride McDavid and Draisaitl and their top 2 defensemen hard if they want in Florida. Why? They don't play for 72 hours till game 3. And then ride them hard in Edmonton. And guess what? 72 more hours till game 5, 72 more hours to game 6, 72 more hours to game 7. I do think the schedule helps Edmonton because they're not as deep. They could play fewer guys longer.
And I think we'll have to. I mean, McDavid has to have the most ice time of any player, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I don't know if it has to be a severe. I forget. I think it was one of the Vancouver games, but McDavid and Draisaitl both played 29 minutes in regulation. It's the damnedest. It's like Duncan Keith with the Blackhawks when they had their run, and you looked at the end of the day, and you're like, "Oh my God, Duncan Keith played 31 minutes."
It's one thing for a defenseman to do it,
right?
It's quite another to have a forward do it.
But I will be shocked. One guy, two guys do not win a cup.
Well, there's more than two guys, though. I mean, Nugent Hopkins and Hyman can both play.
Okay.
You're acting like it's Draisaitl and McDavid, and that's it.
Well, but I am acting. Once again, we'll line them up. We're picking teams. Top 10 guys. I'm telling you, 7 of them are Florida. You can't argue that. Come on now. You can go first 2 are Edmonton, and then where's Hyman in amongst the rest?
I think the D-man for Florida is going to make the top 10, and then Hyman might crack it.
Okay, so you're thinking it's a possible 6 of the top 10.
Yes. But the 2 on top, David,
they're the best in the world. They are.
And one might be a canyon between he and damn near anything else that's out there. And I think Barkov's the best two-way player in the game right now.
I think he is also. That will be fascinating, right? I mean, so Barkov, this is even strength goals. He's had to go against Kucherov, who's a finalist for MVP, by the way. And for what it's worth, if I had a vote, that's who I would have voted for the MVP in the league. All right. Even strength goals for Kucherov in the 5-game series against Florida. That would be 0. Then Pasternak. 6-game series. Even strength goals for Pasternak against Florida, 1. And then Zibanejad. 6-game series against Florida. Even strength goals, 0. Hell, for that matter, any goals, 0. I mean, he's taken the top forward off of 3 pretty darn good teams and basically taken them off the ice. And now, congratulations for your effort. Here's the best player in the world. We wish you the best.
It'll be fascinating, particularly in games 1 and 2 when Maurice has all the matchups and will do that. And to see if Edmonton comes back and at some points put Draisaitl and McDavid on the same line, which they've done from time to time.
It's another reason.
I wouldn't, by the way.
Well,
I wouldn't if I'm playing on the same line.
Well, I wouldn't in Florida. I might do it on select shifts in Edmonton if I can get a matchup that I like. I might. I also think it's another reason why I think Edmonton's best shots tomorrow night is I just think Maurice for game 1 is just going to roll his lines. I do. I just think he's going to roll them. We haven't played in a week. Okay. I want to wear these guys down. Let's be our thing. I want to get everybody involved. Let's go. I think he's just going to roll his lines. And then he'll make adjustments accordingly. And if you're Edmonton, I think you have a chance because I think they're going to ride their top 2 lines. And you have a chance when the other guy's just rolling his lines to get a couple of times every period. Your number 1 line against their third. Your number 2 line against their third or fourth. That's why I think Edmonton's shots early.
I understand what you're saying on rolling lines, but they're not going to get the McDavid line against a third line in Florida. It's not going to happen. Paul Maurice is too good of a coach. He won't let that happen. And I understand your point of rolling lines, but they're not going to get McDavid against the 4th line, if you know what I mean.
It's not against the 4th line, but I do think we'll see. I mean, you're right. Also, Maurice has been in 2 finals previously. He was on that Carolina team in 2002 and last year, obviously, with the Panthers. It does feel like it's their time, though. If you think about this 4-year run, Mark, they put this group together. They finally won a playoff series. They won a President's Trophy, got swept. Last year they make a run. They even add to that run. Everybody gets the experience of the run. And think about how they were winning games last year. Bobrovsky was facing 35, 40 shots. He was having to play out of his mind. He's facing 22 shots this year in games. He's just having to be solid. Last year, he had to be spectacular.
For the whole game. Now
Yeah.
be spectacular in a spurt.
Right.
Absolutely, David. You are exactly right there. And John Forslund brought that up as well when we just spoke to him. If you miss any of the show, you can always download it, millerandmoulton.com, to pick up any part of the show that you may have missed, like John Forslund, who was on moments ago to talk about the Stanley Cup final.
Now, Empire in our Twitch chat room thinks that I'm still traumatized from the Rangers loss in the conference finals, and that's why I'm talking up Florida so much. I don't know. I kind of like Florida going into that series. I picked them to win.
Right. But you have that ability to pick against your teams from time to time, too. But you were set that Florida was a better team from the beginning of that series.
Yeah, and they are. There's nobody deeper than Florida. There isn't. There just isn't. There's no one deeper than Florida. Not even close how good and deep they are. Now, let's see. David Draisaitl. Let's go, boys. Here's your shot, boys.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such
All right, Deadstruck. I'm not going to pretend to know a lot here, but sitting on the outside and see if Mark agrees with me or not. Kansas City was the best team in the ECHL this year. They lost like 12 or 14 regular season games. That was it. And they had a pretty clean run in the playoffs. They beat the Blades 5-1 in game 2, and they lead game 3 3-1 after 1. And from that moment on, the Blades outshoot them 19-2 in the second period of game 3, and then put 4 in the net in the third period. That team went back to the hotel Wednesday night like, what the? I don't know if anybody did to Kansas City what the Blades did to them in those two periods this year.
Look, the regular season means nothing in that league. It's all on how you construct your team for the playoffs.
Okay.
And Craig always does a great job of lining and loading his team up for the postseason.
But But I'm in the head for Kansas City. I'm guessing Kansas City went back to the hotel Wednesday night like, what the? Nobody's done that to us this year.
And they're going to play against sellout, sellout, sellout.
Yeah. Yep. So I'll be very curious how Kansas City responds tonight, because I got to think the Blades got into their head Wednesday night. And the Blades who, and I know the teams change year to year, but, they still got a decent core, including the goalie, who's been a part of this 3-year run. So I'm very curious how Kansas City responds tonight.
When are the games?
Tonight and tomorrow.
Oh, is it 2-2-1-1-1?
Mm-hmm. No, it's 2-3-2. Blades won Wednesday. Blades are up 2-1.
Oh, they're up 2-1.
Yeah, they split last Friday, Saturday. Blades won game 1.
Oh, this is done.
Yeah, so the Blades are up 2-1. Blades, I think, won game 1 like 8-1. Kansas City won game 2 like 5-1.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Pat's I think just landing at RSW.
Call him for a short segment. Little Blades preview.
Hey, Pat, while you're driving home.
When you came back with Mike Bobo after I went Bobo the Clown.
Sometimes we're funny.
Well, the irony of this is...
Oh, and then he's quoting The Miracle on Ice. I deleted. I was getting angry.
I almost started saying, well, it's certainly better than the Indy 500.
The text I almost sent was, this doesn't make up for what you did on the 30th anniversary. Man, were we mad at him. God.
All right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two, maybe even a bet or two, coming up in about 15 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, not two, but 3 poll questions today. First off, who are you picking? Stanley Cup Finals.
Overwhelmingly Panthers.
Which is, we expected, the 4 of our 5 affiliates in Florida and the whole deal, plus their favorite. But then again, 54% of you picked the Mavs yesterday, so we were just curious. And today's National Donut Day. So we had to find out, A, your favorite donut, and then B, your favorite donut place.
Well, between two. We gave you the 2 biggies. Krispy Kreme and Dunkin'. Krispy Kreme kicking Dunkin's butt. Like it should. It's a better donut.
It is a better donut, but Dunkin' does a lot more business. And I'm surprised that people were able to differentiate the place they go to for coffee versus the place they would rather go to for donuts.
Big OC on what's your favorite donut. He went off the board because we have 4 choices. He sent me a post on X and said lemon filled are tops. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that, but Boston Cream is making a Broward-Dade County run.
Ooh.
At Glazed right now.
Really?
Glazed with 35% of the vote. Boston Cream with 32% of the vote.
Wow.
Chocolate Frosted getting 18. Jelly Filled getting 15.
Wow. I'm impressed.
But Krispy Kreme getting 78% of the vote over Dunkin'.
Damn.
And the Florida Panthers getting 88% of the vote over the Edmonton Oilers.
So you have it. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly or at millerandmoulton.com.
It's going so well, I might just do poll questions Saturday and Sunday when I'm bored, David.
Just take it easy now. Try to save some for the week now. We're entering the summer time period. Got about 10, 11 weeks there where, the material's a little less than normal. So I'll be curious. Anybody watching the Belmont this weekend? Anybody going to watch Mets and Phillies in London just because it's in London? And you're like, hey, I've never seen this ballpark before. What? I will say the Phillies seem to be having a blast. Do the Phillies not have a good time? I mean, aren't they an easy team? If you cared about baseball and you don't have a dog in the hunt.
Well, there you go. Because if you don't have a dog in the fight, they're fun.
They really are. I mean, come on, Bryce Harper's become fun.
Well, they're fun and they'll fight you.
Right? Yeah.
They're all ends.
Yeah.
They're a little bit. They're Florida Panther-esque.
Uh-huh.
Of baseball. Is that you want to play a 2-1 game? We can beat you at that. They just got done beating the Brewers. Losing 1-0, going to the 8th, score in the 8th, win in the 10th. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. You want us to beat you 8-5? We've got that covered too.
They're in London. They got there a little earlier than the Mets. They're walking the streets. Apparently, the Phillies coaching staff was like holding court at a pub last night. They were videotaping it, sending it out on their social media. Coaching staff drinking with the fans. You expect to see that in the NFL, right? When the NFL teams go over to Europe. I mean, we get that video all the time, right? Friday night out on the town, Andy Reid and Spags and the staff drinking with Chiefs fans in the pub. I mean, I'm sorry, this is a very likable team. Got 4 starting pitchers who may make the All-Star game. Yeah, Bryce Harper's their, high-profile guy in their lineup. I don't know. They seem fun. Don't know if we can send them over every year. I will say, Juan Soto left the game last night with an injury.
Forearm?
Yeah. Apparently, he says it's been bothering him for 2 weeks. Funny thing he says is it doesn't really bother me when I play baseball. It just bothers me when I'm not hitting or throwing. So the downtime, he's like, man, this hurts. Well, put a bat in your hand and swing it. Oh, I feel fine.
Juan Soto was seen walking through the airport with a bat and a glove, trying to avoid discomfort in his forearm.
Right. So I don't know. They're doing some MRI or something. Obviously, that's worth paying attention to. And it's just him and Judge doing pretty well.
And therefore, the Yankees are doing pretty well.
Won 8 straight. Yeah, best record in baseball. Them and the Phillies.
Well, season gets tougher for the Yankees now. No more Twins on the schedule.
I know. Who are still a playoff team despite going 0-7 against the Yankees.
And what do we have? The National League, how many teams under 500 are making the playoffs right now?
2. Only 4 teams above 500 in the whole National League. Phillies, Braves, Brewers, Dodgers. That's it. Everybody else is below 500. I believe the Cubs and the Padres at this moment in time would be your playoff teams. Cubs, I think, are a game below 500, and I think the Padres are 2. Meanwhile, 7 teams above 500 in the AL, and 2 are at 500. So you have 9 teams in the AL 500 or better for 6 spots. In the National League, you have 4. Is this football all over again? AFC, American League, NFC, National League?
Yes, but the teams that are above 500 in the National League, I think we all think pretty highly, at least of 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that.
I don't know if the Brewers have that kind of love that the Phillies, Braves, and Dodgers have, but we are talking about, in those 3 teams, elite in the league. And I don't know if we felt that way about anybody other than San Francisco really all year long in the NFC.
So I was thinking about something last night, and I know nobody's going to really think about this or care about it for the next 3.5 months. But, by listening over the years, I'm a strange duck. I think about this stuff. I would make a change to the baseball playoffs. Because the way it is now, 1 and 2 get byes. 3, the worst division winner hosts the worst team. 3-6, 4 versus 5. I'm fine with all that. Then what baseball doesn't do, they don't reseed. So what ends up happening most every year, the 4 seed, best wild card team, ends up playing the team with the best record. Well, Mark, think about what we have going on right now. We got the Orioles, who the Yankees and Orioles could end up with the 2 best records in the American League.
They could. The Guardians still have a better record than the Orioles.
Right now they do, but I'm saying, and whether they do or not, scheduling could cause Cleveland to have a better record than the second place team in the East. I mean, nobody thinks Cleveland's as good as the Yankees or the Orioles.
No.
Okay, they have a big advantage, and, hell, just the 13 games against the White Sox is a big advantage. But here's my thought. Baseball should reseed after the first round.
I agree with that.
Because I don't think you should have, like right now, and it's happened the last 2 years, Braves have played the Phillies. Well, the Braves could turn the tables on the Phillies this year and actually be the wild card and probably have the 3rd best record in the league. Should the Phillies really have to play the team with the 3rd best record in the league?
So when PJ Washington was missing all those threes, is that when you started thinking about this?
Actually, I think it was during the absolutely inane pregame show. Man, ESPN's, they do a lot of things well. This whole pre-halftime post thing, they suck. They really, their hockey and basketball is so inferior to Turner pre-half and post. It's embarrassing.
Well, don't worry. They'll heavily produce it between now and the next game, too, to try to make it more of the same.
Somebody put out on X the entire halftime content in and around the commercials. I think it added up to 4 minutes. They did 4 minutes on air, I think, at halftime last night, ESPN. All the rest was commercials.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other.
like sci-fi's Anywhere Door or Phoenix Gate, it opened on October 15th, 2018 to whisk college athletes to a new school. They call it the transfer portal. 800. A bit like sci-fi's Anywhere Door.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. This is it for the week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miss any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. We had Kurt Becker and John Forslund on the show today, previewing the Belmont and the Stanley Cup Finals. Might interest you.
You know, the one thing that I figured out about the double duty that I've started this week with Trent leaving and now taking over the producer role as well as co-hosting is that I think this is really going to cut into my weekday drinking. Because I can't be groggy coming in here at 5 o'clock in the morning trying to get all this stuff set up. I've got to get up a little earlier. There's no more hitting the snooze button.
Now, will it increase your midday drinking?
Not during the week.
Because you have too many dad duties, right?
Right. I mean, this is full on summertime now. This is taxi service time. This is one camp to another, it seems like.
What about, though, after like a show on, say, I don't know, Friday?
Oh, no. It could happen today.
It's go time?
It could be go time.
Well, that often happens, Mark. When somebody gets the second job, they're working more. They are doing fun things less. They're also spending less money because they have less time to spend money. So look at it that way. You'll be healthier. You'll have more money in your pocket. But boy, by the end of the week, you'll be ready to go.
Ready to go.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All sports today. So if I'm missing any big world events, David, that'll be up to you. But I start with one that's a little bit of a shot at you. 1966.
Okay.
The Mets, with the first overall pick.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
You know who it is, don't you? Do you remember the name?
It was a catcher.
Steve Chilcott.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, no, because I really remember who went number 2.
Who was that, David?
That would be Reginald Martinez Jackson.
That's right.
Right.
Would have been a Met.
Yes, and instead, 7 years later, he homered off Seaver to beat him in a World Series.
Today in 78, the Bullets defeat the Seattle Supersonics in 7. Wes Unseld, your MVP.
In Seattle. It was big. They won a Game 7 on the road. Weren't they the last?
No, because the Pirates did it the next year.
That's right.
Against the Orioles.
So
then we went.
We had till the Penguins beat your Wings. We went 30 years in between a team going on the road and winning a Game 7 in a major sport.
Today in 81, Bjorn Borg won his 6th French, 11th Grand Slam. It would be his last Grand Slam title.
Well, he basically stopped playing. I mean, he walked off the court 3 months later against McEnroe at the U.S. Open. McEnroe beat him in 4. He didn't even stick around for the trophy presentation. He walked right off the court. Done.
The Wings sweep the Flyers today in 1997. Today in 2004, the Lightning win in 7 over Calgary.
By the way, was listening to a really good hockey host on NHL radio, and he was asking people to call in with like their favorite Stanley Cup finals. That is maybe the most underrated Stanley Cup final that never gets talked about. Everybody brings up 94 and the Rangers went 7, the whole deal. All right. You could bring up whether it was Mario and, or Crosby, the Game 7 against Detroit. And there have been some great series, but that series went 7. Calgary goes into Tampa, wins Game 5. So they come home with a chance to win the cup. 6 minutes to go, Game 6. We don't have replay yet in hockey the way we do now. They still talk about it to this day. Did Calgary score, or did the puck just float in the air but not touch the ice across the line? Was not ruled a goal live. They didn't review it. St. Louis in overtime forces Game 7. Tampa wins a Game 7 2-1 to deny Iginla and the Flames the cup. And think about it, Mark. Canada's Stanley Cup drought at the time was only 11 years. It's now 31.
And And today in 2018, Ovechkin gets his as the Caps defeat Vegas in 7.
That's good. That's good. He deserved one.
Dean Martin, Bert Sugar, Thurman Munson, and Prince would have all celebrated birthdays today.
And if you've spent any time around any of them, I could argue Bert Sugar would be the best time, and that's even over Dean Martin and Prince.
Ooh. Oh, he'd be a better time than Prince. No. Unless Prince is going to play a concert for you. I don't know, unless you're playing basketball against Prince. But Bert Sugar, Dean Martin, I'd tell you what, I wouldn't mind both of them at my table.
They both would drink all night long. Mark, how many people have we ever been around who tell better stories than Bert Sugar? Dean Martin's got the stories to tell, too. He could win this, but I'm telling you, going into the night, my money would have been on Bert.
Liam Neeson, 72. Mike Pence is 65. Guitarist Dave Navarro's 57. Mike Madonna's 54. Allen Iverson's 49. Anna Kournikovas 43. And Keegan Bradley is 38 years old. What did I miss, David?
Well, first, I just want to ask a question about Liam Neeson. Is he done chasing all the people who have harmed his family? Every movie I've seen with Liam Neeson, I swear in the last 15 years, somebody has kidnapped his wife or child. It seems that that's it. It's like a country song. Only got one storyline here. I swear, I'd love for Liam to do a different storyline. About an hour into the movie, I'd be like, aren't you supposed to start chasing after somebody? No, I got nobody I'm angry with. All right. Just a few things today. Battle of Midway ended today in 42. Ronald Reagan's really big moment in politics started today in 66. He was nominated for governor of California. Do you know that the whole Saturday Night Fever thing started from an article
in what magazine?
I thought it was New Yorker.
Yeah.
Yeah, which at the time was just called New York. All right. Today in 76. And the Supreme Court today in 65 struck down the Connecticut law banning contraception. It's always good to know nearly 60 years later, that's still a controversial issue.
Look at the time.
Oh, look at that.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, for the good, we go to England, where a team of chimney sweeps in England came to the rescue of a pet cat who spent a day and a half trapped inside of a chimney. Luna, the 10-month-old cat, has been reunited with their owners after climbing through a skylight roof and falling into the chimney. Chimney sweepers came to get the cat out. Wouldn't you think the cat would just climb out?
Yeah.
It's a cat. It's kind of what they do. They get in very small spaces and then they get out of very small spaces. For the bad, we'll go to North Miami Beach and IHOP, where a 34-year-old woman was arrested Monday after she attacked a 14-year-old girl inside the IHOP. She claimed that the 14-year-old and her family were talking about her family. And she went on the attack, lunging towards the teen, grabbing her hair, screaming at her, and throwing a syrup bottle at her. Don't know if it was maple or blueberry, but she was arrested at the IHOP. Finally, the ugly. We go to Tampa, where Christy Thurman called the sheriff's office because she wanted the authorities to know that she was trying to steal a car. So she reported the fact that she was stealing a car on herself. When deputies arrived at the Toyota dealership, they found her exiting the driver's side of a stolen Corolla. She told deputies she was trained in a game of black ops to steal a car, but called authorities, David, to make her carjacking legal. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 7th, 2024.
Well, we got nothing tonight, man. I mean, the college softball even didn't go 3. Oklahoma swept Texas.
We got college baseball today.
That is true. That is true.
Starting at noon on ESPN, UConn and Florida State. Super regionals.
In Tallahassee, one of 2 ACC SEC matchups is Florida at Clemson in a super regional, trying to get to Omaha. So we got baseball all day and night. But we got no hoop. Got to wait till Sunday. Got no hockey. Got to wait till tomorrow night. The Mets and Phillies are not playing today. They were given another day off for travel to party with the commoners in London. So there are 14 baseball series tonight. Rays are home for the Orioles. They come in winners of 3 straight. They're back at 500. Rays just lost 2 of 3 to Baltimore last weekend. Mark, I would bet the Orioles tonight. Rays have won 3 in a row. Orioles just lost 2 in a row in Toronto. Orioles have the pitching matchup tonight also.
I would agree with that bet.
And the line is very small. It's a glorified toss-up. We might have to lay a smidge on the Orioles. So if you really want to bet a baseball game tonight, either that or, come on now, White Sox have lost 14 in a row. What are you doing? Cooper Criswell for the Red Sox going up against Garrett Crochet. Hell, he's 5-5 with an ERA of 3.5.
Must be their ace.
On a team that's 15-48. That's incredible. It's a pick 'em. It's basically a -110, whichever way you go.
Steve Stone guaranteed a win, right?
Steve Stone of the White Sox guaranteed in last night's broadcast when it was 14-2 Boston in the 9th. He guaranteed, with the White Sox having an infielder on the mound, that the White Sox were going to win tonight.
Best series, however, is Yankees-Dodgers.
Darn right it is. In the Bronx. It's on Apple TV. I don't know how well that thing's working, but the Friday night Apple TV package. So Marlins are hosting the Guardians. 2 teams almost with completely opposite records. Marlins are 21-41. Guardians are 40-21. Wow.
Yeah, everything that could go wrong for the Marlins this year has so far.
Our Reds are just a game behind the Cubs for a playoff spot, Mark, and they host them in a 3-gamer beginning tonight. Actually, what am I talking about? They won game 1 last night. Yeah, and they won it. So there you go.
The Reds are rolling.
They are. They're on a roll. They've got it figured out. You know they're below 500, yet they have a +15 run differential. I'm telling you, they're a good team that lost all those 1-run games. They're going to turn it around. We're still going to win that bet. I know you don't believe me.
It's looking more and more promising as they get closer to 500. We're only asking them to win 82 games, David. 83.
I know. The other good series that nobody cares about, Seattle and Kansas City, but at least it's 2 teams with a winning record playing each other.
By the way, I'd bet the Brewers, too, because they're playing the Tigers, and when the Tigers play good teams, what they've generally done is lose, David.
And the Brewers just got swept in Philly coming off an off day. So,
right.
So are we betting the Orioles tonight in St. Pete or no?
Sure, why not?
And we're betting the Brewers tonight in Detroit.
Look at us go.
Come on, 14 in a row. Come on. Plus, we need a third bet so that, I hate when we have 2 bets and we split them. I either want to win or lose.
Yeah, I know, but you want to bet on the White Sox.
Yeah, the odds are in their favor. They've lost 14 in a row. They're sending their best pitcher to the hill tonight.
They've won 15 games this year.
And we're approaching mid-June. They're due. You know what sucks is you can't get any value on them, though. It's like a pick 'em. All right. Hey, have a great weekend. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former
All right, we're rolling.
So
hang on.